A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike. Scientific tests prove Lucky Strike is milder than any other principal brand of cigarettes. Yes, scientific tests prove Lucky Strike is milder than any other principal brand of cigarettes. Confirming these scientific tests, an independent consulting laboratory with more than 15 years' experience in cigarette research reports Lucky Strike, mildest of 6 major brands tested. And no wonder Lucky Strike cigarettes have been proved milder. For years, Lucky Strike has conducted a unique and vast program in research, in quality controls, and manufacturing methods. And today, tomorrow, always. LSMFT. LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco that gives you smoothness and mildness and never a rough puff. So light up a Lucky. Prove to yourself what scientific tests prove. Lucky Strike is milder than any other principal brand of cigarettes. Let your own taste and throat be the judge. For the rich taste of fine tobacco, for smoothness and mildness, remember, there's never a rough puff in a Lucky Strike.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Barry Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, on the corner of CBS Square, there's a small drugstore which is frequently visited by radio personalities. At the moment, Mervyn, the soda jerker, is talking to Flossie, the new waitress.
Take it easy, Flossie. Don't be so nervous.
I can't help it, Mervyn. After all, this is my first day as a waitress.
It's nothing to worry about. What did you used to do?
I was in the movies.
You? You was in the movies?
Yeah. I was head popcorn popper at the Pantages.
Well, why did you quit?
My boyfriend got tired of kissing my salty fingers. Gee, I hope I make good at this job.
Oh, don't worry. You'll do all right. Uh-oh. Get ready for business. Here comes Jack Benny and some of his cast.
Oh, gee, celebrities. Who are they?
Dennis Day, Don Wilson, Phil Harris, and Jack Benny. See? They're starting to cross the street.
Oh, yeah. Which one is Jack Benny?
The one that looks like he won't make it. Hey, you better set a table for him.
Okay, Mervyn. Give me 4 glasses of water.
You'll only need 3. One of them never touches the stuff. Come on, you better get busy, Flossie.
Now, come on, fellas. There are plenty of tables.
Let's sit over by the window.
Okay, by me.
Hiya, Mervyn.
Good health to all from Rexall.
Phil, why do you always make him do that?
Well, it only costs me $1 a month, and if my sponsor comes in, he'll be impressed.
Why?
Because this is a thrifty drugstore.
Oh. Well, let's sit down, fellas.
Your orders, please.
Get some new talent here.
Your orders, please, gentlemen.
I'll take a ham sandwich on rye and a cup of coffee.
Yes, sir.
I'll have the same.
Yes, sir.
And I'll have a glass of milk and some apple pie a la mode.
Yes, sir. What flavor ice cream do you want on your pie?
Oh, no ice cream. Just put on a scoop of mashed potatoes.
Dennis, why in the world do you order pie with a scoop of mashed potatoes?
Because I'm a slow eater.
What's that got to do with it?
Ice cream melts.
Well, I asked him. He answered me. Now I'm too sick to eat.
What do you have, sir?
Well, I'll have a shrimp cocktail, some clam chowder, a porterhouse steak, hearts of lettuce with Thousand Island dressing, some green peas, French fried potatoes, a piece of chocolate layer cake, and a cup of coffee. Can you remember that?
I hope I can carry it.
That'll be all, miss.
Thank you. I'll be right back with your orders, gentlemen.
Hey, fellas. Hey, she's a kind of cute-looking girl, isn't she?
Yeah.
Huh?
Nice personality. Beautiful red hair, sunny smile, trim ankles, cute little figure, and...
Phil, remember, you're married.
I know, but I can still take inventory, can I?
Yes. Hey, Dennis, what are you looking at?
There's lipstick on my glass.
Lipstick? Well, I'll call the waitress and tell her...
Oh, no. This is exciting.
Dan, what's exciting about lipstick on a glass?
It's spring, Dad. Spring.
Oh, be quiet.
Oh, say, Jack, there's a new record here in the jukebox called Dearie. It's sung by Dennis.
By me? Oh, boy, I'm going over and play it.
All right, go.
Nobody touch my glass.
We won't. Play the record, will you?
Dearie, do you remember when we waltzed to the Sousa band? My, wasn't the music ran? Charter parties down by the seashore. Every 4th of July, test your memory, my dearie. Do you recall when Henry Ford couldn't even fix a running board under a Chandler six? Dearie, life was cheery in the good old days gone by. Dearie, do you remember when most gents owned Asparis hats, wing collars and derby hats? Lovely ladies swinging their bustles made those gentlemen sigh. Test your memory, my dearie. Do you remember watching John Elwyn every fight? 'Cause nobody ducked from Sullivan's right. Dearie, life was cheery in the good old days gone by. Jackie, do you remember leaving Waukegan, Illinois? Gosh, weren't you just a boy? That was long before Love in Bloom and maybe Brahms' Lullaby. Test your memory, my Jackie. Can you remember when your bankroll was very scant, when you played a lady in Charlie's Aunt? Jackie, life was cheery in the good old days gone by. Do you remember? If you remember, well, Jackie, you're much older than I.
I'm 39.
You're much older than I.
Will you gentlemen have anything else?
No, not me. I've had enough.
I'll bring you a check in a minute.
Hey, say, Phil, how about coming over to my house for a little gin rummy?
Well, I'd like to, Jackson, but I got to go home and wash Alice's hair.
Phil, you wash Alice's hair?
I used to be on for Fitch. I got to use that stuff up some way.
What?
Slip yours off. I'll wash that, too.
Never mind. Say, Don, how about you coming over to my house?
Well, I wish I could, Jack, but I've got to go back to the studio and make some spot announcements.
Oh. Say, Dennis, would you like to come over to the house, play a little gin rummy with me?
No.
Why not?
You cheat.
I cheat?
I've been watching you. When you play, you deal off the top of the deck.
What?
The man I played with on the train always dealt off the bottom.
For heaven's sake, kid, when will you learn?
Here's your check, gentlemen.
Oh, I'll take it.
Good. Well, fellas, I'm going home.
Mr. Benny, do you want me to drive you?
No, thanks, kid. It's such a nice evening, I think I'll walk. So long, boys.
So long, Jack.
Gee, the weather's balmy. Spring is the nicest time of the year. Trees are green, flowers are in bloom. Makes a fella feel good. Toot-toot-tootsie, goodbye. Toot-toot-tootsie. Where does Jolson get off saying he doesn't go, yeah? Da-da-da-dum, bum-bum-bum.
Excuse me, mister.
Huh?
Could you spare a dime for a cup of coffee?
A dime? Well, let's see. I haven't got a dime. The smallest I have is half a dollar.
I haven't eaten since yesterday.
Well, look, buddy, here, take the half a dollar.
Gee, mister, thanks a lot.
You're welcome. Dum-dum, tootsie, goodbye. Yum-bum, beam, bum-bum-bum. Gee, that was nice of me. He only asked me for a dime, and I gave him a half a dollar. I wonder if it's deductible. What's the difference? Toot-toot-tootsie, goodbye. Half dollar, goodbye. Da-dee-da-dum-bum-dee-dum. Da-da-da-dum-dum-dee-um-bum-bum-bum-bum-bee-bum. Toot-toot.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Well, Mr. Kitzel.
Mr. Benny, who was your friend who I just saw you talking to?
My friend? Oh, that was some poor man who wanted a dime for a cup of coffee, but I gave him a half a dollar.
Bless you.
Thank you. By the way, Miss Kitzel, where are you going?
I'm on my way to the baseball game.
Oh, yes, there is a game tonight. The Angels in San Diego. I didn't know you were such a fan.
Oh, my, yes. But I'll tell you one thing, Mr. Benny. The baseball players are not like they used to be.
You're right. Some of those old-timers were really great.
Oh, my. When I think of such players like Christy Mathewson, Ty Cobb, Rabbi Marinville.
No, Mr. You mean Rabbit Marinville.
Rabbit? Him I never heard of.
Oh.
Well, I don't want to be late, Mr. Benny. See you again.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Kitzel, while I was in the drugstore, I meant to buy a package of Lucky Strikes, and I forgot to. Do you happen to have a...
Of course. I smoke Lucky's.
Oh.
Yeah, have one of mine.
Well, thanks.
Believe me, Mr. Benny, I've been smoking Lucky Strikes for nigh on to 25 years.
You have?
Yeah. I'll never forget the first time I ever smoked a Lucky. The mildness, the smoothness. Oh.
You really like them, eh, Mr. Kitzel?
Like them. Not only are they round and firm and fully packed, but there's never a riff-raff in a Lucky.
No, you mean rough puff.
Riff-raff, rough puff. Light one and enjoy.
Thank you. Well, goodbye, Mr. Kitzel.
Sold American.
Say goodbye. Yeah, Mr. Kitzel is a nice guy. But then I'm a nice guy, too. Yeah, a fellow only asked me for a dime, and I gave him 50 cents. Yeah, I wish Luella had been there to see it. Maybe I'll call her when I get home. Well, here's my house. Wasn't such a long walk after all. Let's see now, which one is my door key? Here's the key to my car, the key to the garage, the key to my hope chest. If Mary doesn't ask me soon, I'm going to start wearing those things. Oh, here's the key to the door.
Boss, is that you?
Oh, Rochester, I didn't know you were home.
I'm in the kitchen.
Rochester, isn't this your day off?
Yeah, but I thought I'd stay home and get caught up with these dishes.
Well, look, you've let a whole week's dishes accumulate. Why do you let them pile up like that?
It isn't my fault. It's that new soap you bought. We just can't get together.
What do you mean you and the soap can't get together?
When tide's in, I'm out.
Oh, say, Rochester, on the way home...
Excuse me, boss. I want to put these clean dishes away.
All right. Rochester, on my way home, some poor fella asked me for a dime.
Uh-huh.
But I gave him 50 cents. Rochester, why'd you drop those dishes? All I said was I gave a man 50 cents. Rochester, you didn't have to push that second stack off the drain board.
I didn't touch them. They jumped off by themselves.
What a mess.
Boss, look at me.
Huh?
Did you really give a man 50 cents?
I certainly did, Rochester. And, if I had known the wonderful feeling, the warm glow I'd get from being generous, I would have started earlier in life.
Boss, would you like to talk about my salary?
Mañana. That's a word I picked up in Palm Springs. Well, Rochester, I've had a long day, so I think I'll go to bed.
Okay. Good night, boss.
Good night. Tut, say goodbye. Tut, say don't cry. Da-da-da-dum, boom, boom. Da-da-da-dum. Yeah, I bet I'll really sleep tonight. Ah, this bed feels good. Feels good to get my shoes off, too. That's a funny-looking sock. Oh, for heaven's sake, I told Rochester 1,000,000 times, don't put my gloves in that drawer. No wonder my toes were cold. They were separated. Where are my pajamas? Oh, here they are. I don't ever remember being as tired. Oh, my goodness, I almost forgot. Dear Diary, April 9th, 1950 cents. Today, I did a wonderful thing. A needy person asked me for a dime for a cup of coffee, and I gave him 50 cents. Rochester, what happened in the kitchen?
I don't know. I'm in bed.
Oh. Well, I better get to bed, too. I got to get up early tomorrow morning and play golf with Mary. Oh, gee, I forgot to call Luella and tell her about giving that man 50 cents. Yeah, but then maybe that's too hammy. It was nice of me, though. I didn't even know the fella, and I gave him 50 cents. 50 cents. He didn't have a gun or anything. I just gave him 50 cents.
gentlemen, this is your CBS worldwide correspondent bringing you the event you've all been waiting for. Today, dignitaries from the four corners of the earth have gathered at this banquet to pay homage to the most generous man in the world, Jack Benny.
That's me. He's talking about me. They're giving me a banquet.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this great event is coming to you from the banquet room of the Taj Mahal. The dais is replete with dignitaries. A hush falls over the audience as the master of ceremonies rises to his feet. He is none other than the Honorable Winston Churchill.
Winston Churchill at a banquet for me.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is with a deep feeling of pride that I have come here to preside on this wonderful occasion. Little did our guest of honor know that his exhibition of generosity would shake the very foundation of the world. I know that most of you were as shocked as I was. When the news reached me, I was sitting on the front steps of number 10 Downing Street. As you all know, I'm not quite inside yet. And now, as your master of ceremony, it is my pleasure to bring you the next speaker. A great cinema star from Hollywood, Mr. James Cagney.
James Cagney?
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? It's a pleasure to be here. There are so many things going to be said tonight about Mr. Benny tossing 4 bits to a panhandler that I'm not the kind of a guy who makes flowery speeches. But I'd like to say one thing. Good health to all from the Taj Mahal.
Bill must be paying him, too.
And now for our next speaker, another celebrity who not only regards Mr. Benny as his best friend, but has for many years had the good fortune of being Jackson's next-door neighbor.
He called me Jackson. Winnie called me Jackson.
And here he is, our next speaker, Mr. Ronald Coleman.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. If I were king, I couldn't possibly wish for a better neighbor. If I were king. Yes, if I were king, I would bestow upon our guest of honor the title of knighthood. If I were king. If I were king, I'd see that every man in my kingdom had 5 acres of land, a 10-room house, and a glass with lipstick on it. And now, before I conclude, I would like to assure Mr. Churchill that the 50 cents that Mr. Benny gave away came out of his own pocket and will not be deducted from the Marshall Plan.
Of course not.
Thank you, Ronnie.
That's quite all right, Winnie.
Ladies and gentlemen, while Mr. Churchill is introducing the next speaker, I want to take this opportunity of passing through this vast audience and pointing out some of the other celebrities who are here today. At the far end of this table, I see Princess Elizabeth. Seated next to her is Madame Chiang Kai-shek. Looking down the table, we see Queen Juliana of the Netherlands. And seated next to the Queen, we have a lovely lady dressed in ermine cape, star sapphire tiara, and a diamond bracelet. I beg your pardon, miss, but I've taken the liberty of describing your jewels, so now may I ask, who are you?
I'm the girl who works in the drugstore.
Oh, well, who is this sitting beside you?
Don Wilson. He hasn't finished eating yet.
So now, once again, we take you to the dais and Winston Churchill.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, another great man and speaker, Mr. Cary Grant.
Good evening.
Cary Grant is here, too.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to be here tonight at the Taj Mahal honoring this great man. I'd like to say only this.
Mr. Benny may have had the experience of being Charlie's aunt, but I was a male war bride.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. And now we come to one of the highlights of the evening. A man to whom Mr. Benny gave the 50 cents. Mr. John L. C. Cerrone.
That's the guy. That's the guy I gave the money to.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to have this chance to talk to you because, I have a confession to make. When Mr. Benny gave me the 50 cents, I didn't want to buy nothing to eat. I just want to take the 50 cents and buy a sweepstake ticket.
Sweepstake ticket?
Well, I did. And that night I went home and I was just hanging around the house. I wasn't doing anything. Just hanging around the house. I didn't feel like doing anything. So I was hanging around the house and... I started listening to the radio. All of a sudden, the radio started talking to me. And I had the radio for 3 years. I never said anything to the radio. The radio never said anything to me. I didn't speak to any furniture in my house at all. Son, the radio says, did you know that you are the winner of $150,000? I said, who? You. Me? Yeah. I said, you know what my number is? He said, your number is 204-759-0307-M69907. 389044. 8773, Gerhart C. Cerrone. I said, holy smoke, that's me. So I won $150,000.
$150,000?
That's what I won.
Then $150,000 is mine. I gave you the 50 cents. I paid for that ticket. It's mine. It's mine. I paid for it. I paid for it, do you hear? It's mine. I paid for it.
Boss!
It's mine. It's mine. I paid for it.
Boss, wake up!
I paid.
Huh?
Boss, you've been yelling in your sleep.
Oh, yes, I was dreaming.
What were you dreaming, boss?
About giving that man 50 cents. Say, there go the rest of the bit.
We'll be back in just a moment, but first...
Scientific tests prove Lucky Strike is milder than any other principal brand of cigarettes. Yes, scientific tests prove Lucky Strike is milder than any other principal brand of cigarettes. Confirming these scientific tests, an independent consulting laboratory with more than 15 years' experience in cigarette research reports Lucky Strike, mildest of 6 major brands tested. LSMFT. LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. That's why with every Lucky, you get the rich taste of fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Yes, smoothness and mildness with never a rough puff. Just listen to the words of Mr. Raymond W. Crutchfield, for 16 years an independent tobacco warehouseman from Reidsville, North Carolina. Recently, he said,
in my experience as a warehouseman, year after year, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy good smoking tobacco. Fine, ripe, mild leaf that makes one great smoke. I've smoked Luckies for 20 years.
So, smoke a Lucky. Prove to yourself what scientific tests prove. Lucky Strike is milder than any other principal brand of cigarettes. Let your own taste and throat be the judge for the rich taste of fine tobacco, for smoothness and mildness. Remember, there's never a rough puff in a Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Ladies and gentlemen, the impersonations of Winston Churchill, James Cagney, Cary Grant, and Mr. Silvoni, the man I gave the 50 cents to, were done. All of these impersonations were done by Frankie Fontaine. Ronald Coleman was impersonated by Dennis Day.
The impersonation of giving away 50 cents was done by Jack Benny.
Thank you, Don. Thank you. Good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, 9 out of 10 fires start through carelessness. Each year, forest fires alone destroy enough timber to build 86,000 homes, triple vital watersheds, and worst of all, cause much loss of life. Do your part to prevent fires. Never discard lighted matches or cigarettes. Put them out. Take every precaution you can to prevent fires. Be sure to hear Dennis Day and A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Stay tuned to the Ennis and Andy Show, which follows immediately. Frankie Fontaine appears with the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, producers of the Technicolor production, Cheaper by the Dozen, starring Clifton Webb. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike. Scientific tests prove Lucky Strike is milder than any other principal brand of cigarette. Yes, scientific tests prove Lucky Strike is milder than any other principal brand of cigarettes. Confirming these scientific tests, an independent consulting laboratory with more than 15 years' experience in cigarette research reports Lucky Strike, mildest of 6 major brands tested. And no wonder Lucky Strike cigarettes have been proved milder. For years, Lucky Strike has conducted a unique and vast program in research, in quality controls and manufacturing methods. And today, tomorrow, always, LSMFT, LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, fine, light, naturally mild tobacco that gives you smoothness and mildness and never a rough puff. So light up a Lucky. Prove to yourself what scientific tests prove. Lucky Strike is milder than any other principal brand of cigarettes. Let your own taste and throat be the judge. For the rich taste of fine tobacco, for smoothness and mildness, remember there's never a rough puff in a Lucky Strike.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Barry Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, spring is here. And last night, as a romantic moon smiled down on Beverly Hills, our little star was sitting alone in his den by an open window.
Ah, look at that moon. Smell those orange blossoms. Now I know what they mean when they say, in the spring, a young man's fancy lightly turns to thoughts of love. Gosh, most of my friends are married, and I'm... Hello?
Hello, Jack. This is Mary.
Oh, Mary. Mary, how are you, Mary?
Well, I'm fine, Jack, and Jack, I hope I didn't disturb you.
No, Mary. I'm just sitting here in the den thinking.
Well, that's funny. I've been thinking, too.
That's funny. That's what I've been doing. Thinking.
Well, look, Jack. We've known each other for a long time, and, it's spring, and...
Yes.
Well, I know it isn't my place to say it, but...
What's the difference? Which one of us says it? It's spring.
All right, I'll say it. Jack.
Yes?
Why don't you get your house painted?
That's what happened last night. And this morning.
I'll get her, Rochester.
Good morning, Jack.
Mary, what are you doing here so early? And who's this man with you?
He's the painter.
The painter? But, Mary, I didn't have a chance to think it over. After all...
Mr. Hawkins, this is Jack Benny.
Hi, Rube.
What?
I've certainly heard a lot about you. Shake. Sorry, forgot I was holding a wet paintbrush.
Mary.
I took him off another job to come here.
Why'd you have to bring him so early? I haven't even had my breakfast yet.
All right ahead. I won't disturb you at all. I'll just come right in and...
Ouch, my foot.
Oops, dropped my ladder.
Now, don't just stand there. Pick it up.
Okie dokie. Hold this.
Give it to me by the handle. Heaven's sake.
Oh, boss, your coffee's getting cold.
Okay, Rochester. Say, Dow, would you like to have breakfast with me?
Don't mind if I do.
I'm talking to Miss Livingston. Mary, would you like breakfast?
I wouldn't mind some coffee.
While you're having your breakfast, I'll go through the room and then give you an estimate.
Good, good.
My, what a lovely piano.
Not with a paintbrush. Mary, what kind of...
Jack, it was an accident. Come on in the kitchen, have your breakfast.
Okay. Rochester, put an extra cup on the table.
Oh, hello, Miss Livingston.
Good morning, Rochester.
Just in time. I made a nice batch of pancakes.
Well, I was only going to have a cup of coffee, but since you have pancakes, Rochester, what's that thing you just put on the plate?
A hypodermic needle.
A hypodermic needle? What's in it?
Syrup.
Syrup?
In this house, we don't pour it on with careless hands. We inject it.
Now, stop making things up. Mary, this thing that looks like a hypodermic needle is really a cake decorator, and it's filled with whipped cream. So it comes in handy when you want to write Happy Birthday or Merry Christmas.
Well, what's it doing on the breakfast table?
Mr. Benny not only wants his pancakes size of $1, but I got to write E pluribus unum on every one of them.
Rochester.
Putting the feathers on the eagle is murder.
Rochester, be quiet.
You know, Jack, the way Rochester's got those pancakes fixed up, they do look like dollars.
Yeah. Say, Mary, you want to hear something funny?
What?
Yesterday when I was shopping, I thought I'd have a little fun, so I tried to pass one of them at the meat market.
And what happened?
Well, the butcher bit it to see if it was good. It was good, so he ate it. Now, come on, let's go.
Hey, Rube.
Huh?
I looked at both your upstairs bedrooms, and they look nice and green.
Oh. Have you seen the bathroom?
No, I haven't been outside yet.
Outside?
Oh, forgot I was in the city.
Well, go upstairs and look at it.
Okay, Rube. See you later.
Wish you wouldn't keep calling me Rube all the time. Mary, how in the world can you bring a strange painter you know nothing about and expect me...
Oh, wait a minute, Jack. Mr. Hawkins isn't a stranger. He's an old friend of my family. It was on account of him that my sister Faye broke her leg.
You mean he broke...
Oh, it wasn't his fault. Papa hired him to do some painting. And when Mr. Hawkins put the ladder up against the house, Dave thought it was an elopement and stepped out the window.
No.
Yeah. She landed with her head in a bucket of paint, and for 2 years she was known as the girl with the green hair.
Mary, while you were off last week, did you write that routine? You know, if you did, it's the last time that you... Come in.
Oh, it's Don and the Sportsman Quartet. Hello, boys.
Hiya, Don. How are you?
Oh, all right, I guess.
Don, what's the matter?
No, I'd rather not talk about it.
Now, wait a minute, Don. I know something's bothering you. Now, what is it?
Well,
Come on, Don. What is it?
Well, Jack, a terrible thing happened to me this morning. I stepped on the bathroom scale and I weighed 186 pounds.
Well, Don, that should have made you happy. That's 90 pounds less than you ever weighed.
Well, I was happy. I was thrilled. But then I discovered something.
Oh, your bathroom scale was wrong?
No, my stomach was resting on the wash basin.
He likes it. Don. Don, did you come over here just to tell me that joke?
Oh, yes, Jack, I thought it was very funny.
Oh, you did, eh? Well, Don, there's an old Chinese proverb that says, announcer who make joke about stomach and basin soon washed up. Another joke like that and I'll be washed up. My writers own an oil well. I can't do anything with it. Now, what did you come over for, Don?
Well, Jack, I brought the quartet with me because they have an idea for a commercial and they want you to hear it.
Well, I'm glad you did, Don, because we haven't got the commercial set for the show. Now, what...
Hey, Roo!
Just a minute. Now, what is it, Mr. Hawkins?
Just looked in the kitchen, and to paint the walls and the ceiling will come to $12. But I'll only charge you 10.
Why?
I ate 2 pancakes.
Good. Now, Don, what's this idea the boys have for a commercial?
Well, Jack, every year we do something appropriate for the season.
Uh-huh.
And so far this year, we haven't done anything about spring.
Say, that's right, Don. It is spring. You know, as a matter of fact, last night I was sitting in my den by an open window, and I was looking up at the romantic moon and smelling the fragrance of orange blossoms, when all of a sudden the phone rang.
And what happened?
What happened? I'm having my house painted. Well, Don, if the boys have something... I better get an oil well for myself. Well, Don, if the boys have something good for spring, I think it'll be good for the show Sunday. Let's hear it now.
Okay, take it, boys.
The flowers that bloom in the spring, tra-la, the flowers that bloom in the spring. As we merrily dance and we sing, tra-la, we welcome the hope that they bring, tra-la, of a summer of roses and wine, of a summer of roses and wine. But it's not of the flowers that we want to sing, 'cause they can't compare with this message we bring. Tobacco that grows in the spring, tra-la, tobacco that grows in the spring. It grows in Kentucky, tra-la, tra-la. It's put in a lucky, tra-la, tra-la. That is why there is never a rust, puff. There's never a puff that is rough. From our analytical surveys we know there's nothing superior to Lucky's. Oh, no. Tobacco that grows in the spring. Ogle-ogle, ogle-ogle-ogle-ogle. Yes, that is the message we bring.
That was very good, Don. Don, that'll be swell on the show.
I thought you'd like it, Jack. Well, we've got to be running along now.
Okay, Don. See you later. You know, Mary, I was just thinking of something. I hope this fella doesn't charge me too much for painting the house. I mean, I don't want to go to a lot
Oh, for heaven's sake, Jack. You only have your house painted every 5 or 6 years. Why be so cheap?
Cheap? Mary, I'm not cheap, and I resent your saying that.
What?
You may not know it, but last week a fella stopped me on the street, asked me for a dime for a cup of coffee, and I gave him 50 cents. There they go again.
What was that?
I'll explain it to you later. Every time I...
Oh, I'll get it. Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mary.
Hi, kid.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Can I use your phone?
The phone? Sure, kid, sure. Go ahead.
Hello? Now, listen, you. I've warned you before, and this is the last time.
This town ain't big enough for both of us, see? I'm giving you 24 hours to get out or you'll wind up at the bottom of the river in a barrel of cement. So get out of town, punk, and stay out.
Dennis, who were you talking to?
Humphrey Bogart, I drive him nuts.
What?
Dennis, why do you keep calling Humphrey Bogart and telling him to get out of town?
I'm in love with Lauren Bacall.
Dennis, I don't care who you're in love with. Don't you ever do that again. Bogart may trace the call and find out it came from here, and he'd come over and punch me in the nose.
What's the matter, you chicken?
Chicken? Dennis, what's come over you lately?
I don't know, but if it changes my voice, I'll lose 2 shows.
Now, look, kid, you came over here to use my phone. You used it. I'm too busy to listen to your silly talk, so why don't you go home?
Well, don't you want to hear the song I'm going to do on the program first?
Well, all right, let me hear it. But as soon as you do the song... there's someone at the back door. Oh, Rochester! Rochester! Oh, well, I'll answer it myself. The flowers that bloom in the spring, tra-la, the flowers that bloom in the spring, tra-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la-la. Yes?
Excuse me, mister. Could you help a feller out?
What?
I ain't had nothing to eat since yesterday.
Say, wait a minute. You look familiar to me.
Huh?
Didn't you stop me last week on Vine Street?
Say, that's right. I asked you for a dime for a cup of coffee, and you give me $50.
I thought I saw your face before. Well, look, I'll arrange to get you something to eat, but first I'd like to ask you a question, Mr.
Savoni. John L.C. Savoni.
Well, Mr. Savoni, this question sounds silly, but did you buy a sweepstakes? Did you buy a sweepstakes ticket with the money I gave you?
Oh, no. That would be spending the dough foolishly.
Oh. Well, what did you do with the money?
I bought a guide to the movie star's home.
You were so broke that you had to beg for money, and you spent it to buy a guide to the movie star's home?
Well, I'll tell you how it happened anyway. I was hanging around the park, and I wasn't doing nothing. I was just hanging around. I didn't feel like doing anything. I said to myself, what are you doing, John? I always call myself John. I never call myself Mr. Savoni. That's my father's name. So I said, I ain't doing nothing. And I wasn't. I was just hanging around the park. Well, I started feeding some of the peanuts to the pigeons.
Uh-huh.
I don't know why I shared my peanuts with the pigeons. They never shared nothing with me. After a while, a fella comes along. He says, hey, you. I says, who? He says, you. I says, me? He says, yeah. Ooh, he made me so nervous. I said, what do you want? He says, do you want to buy a guide to the movie star's home? I wasn't doing nothing, so I bought it.
So that's what you've been doing all day, walking around looking at the movie star's home?
Yeah, and I already saw Gregory Peck, Ray Milland, and Lina Turner. Lina gave me her autograph.
She did?
Yeah. And while she was signing her name, she smiled at me. Ooh, it made me so nervous.
Well, you just wait here, Mr. Savoni. And I'll have a man fix you something to eat.
Thank you. But don't make nothing fancy. I'm in a hurry. I got to get over to Bob Hope's house by 5 o'clock.
Oh, are you going to get a meal from Mr. Hope?
No, I'm one of his writers.
Well, look, you just wait here and I'll have some food brought to you.
Wait a minute. It's 4 o'clock. Can I have a cocktail first?
No, my bar doesn't open till 6. All right, Chester.
Yes, boss?
There's a hungry man out in the back. Will you go in the kitchen and pick some something to eat?
Yes, sir.
You know, Mary, that's an amazing coincidence. It's the same man who asked me for a dime last week, and I gave him 50 cents. Rochester, what fell?
The pots and pans were all out of dishes.
Come on, Dennis, let's hear the song you're going to do.
Okay.
You're the end of the rainbow, my pot of gold. You're daddy's little girl to have at home. A precious gem is what you are. Your mommy's bright and shining star. You're the spirit of Christmas, my star on the tree. You're the Easter bunny to Mommy and me. Your sugar, your spice, you're everything nice, and your daddy's little girl. You're the treasure I cherish, so sparkling and bright. You were touched by a holy and beautiful light, like angels that sing a heavenly thing, and your daddy
That's one of the most beautiful songs I've ever heard. I have to hand it to you, kid. You really have a wonderful voice.
Gee, thanks.
If you want me to, I'll phone Lauren Bacall and tell her.
If a man answers, tell him to get out of town.
Oh, stop, will you? Dennis, when I say nice things to you, I wish that you'd... Come in. Well, Butch and Joey. Come on in, fellas.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Mary, Dennis, you know Butch and Joey of the Beverly Hills Beavers.
Oh, sure.
Hello, boys. Hello.
What are you fellas doing here today? There's no meeting, is there?
Oh, no, we just want to remind you we're having baseball practice tomorrow afternoon.
Oh, yes, I almost forgot.
Have you boys got a baseball team? Uh-huh. And Mr. Benny is our pitcher. Mr. Benny pitches for you? Sure. If he was good enough for the New York Yankees, he's good enough for us. Jack, did you tell?
Quiet, Mary. By the way, boys, have you been practicing for the show you're going to do next week?
Uh-huh. What's this about a show?
Oh, I thought I told you, Mary. It's the cutest thing. Next week they're giving a play in the school auditorium to raise money to pay for their baseball uniforms.
Well, that's nice. What play are you going to do? Tom Sawyer or Robin Hood or...
No, we wanted to do something different, so we're going to put on one of Mr. Benny's radio programs.
Really?
Yes, Mary, and each one of the kids is going to play the part of a member of my cast.
Say, that should be cute. Who's going to play the part of Mr. Benny?
I am, Miss Livingston. I was selected because my eyes are robin's egg blue.
You almost needed an oil well there. Not quite as blue as mine, but they'll do, you know.
And we got a girl to play your part, Miss Livingston. She's 7 years old.
7 years old? Is she pretty?
Uh-huh. And she'll be even prettier when her front teeth come in.
Isn't that cute, Mary?
And Miss Livingston, we even got someone to play the part of your sister.
Say, they're really doing everybody. Who's playing the part of my sister Babe?
My brother Herman.
I helped them cast that part, you know.
Say, Joey, have you got kids to play Phil Harris and Dennis Day?
Uh-huh. And we got a real butterball for Don Wilson. Yeah, you ought to see the belly on him.
Well, fellow Beavers, we'll all be at the show next week, and we want to wish you a lot of luck.
Well, thanks, Mr. Benny. Well, we came over here to get some money.
Money?
Well, you're our treasurer.
Oh, yes, yes.
We need $9 to get the programs printed and $5 for the tickets.
Oh. See, that's $14. Well, wait here, and I'll be back in a few minutes. I've got to go down to the vault to get the money. Excuse me, Mary. Ah, here we are. Darn it, I always forget about that barbed wire.
Halt, who goes there, friend or foe?
Friend.
What's the password?
RAGGMOPP Ragman.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Benny.
Yes, yes. How are you, Ed?
Fine, fine. What's new on the outside world?
Oh, nothing much, except that the country is thinking of admitting Hawaii and Alaska as states.
My, how exciting. That'll make 37, won't it?
No, Ed, it'll be 50. Well, excuse me, I want to take some money out.
Money out?
Yes. I may be down again tomorrow. You know, I'm having my house painted.
Oh, is there a house up there now?
Uh-huh. Now, excuse me, Ed, I want to open the safe.
Shall I take another loyalty oath?
No, Ed. Senator McCarthy hasn't mentioned you yet. Now, let's see. What's the combination? Right to 45. Left to 160. Back to 15. And left to 110. There. Now, let's see. I need $9 for the program. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That takes care of the programs. Now, 5 for the tickets. I think I'll take it in silver. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that's a pancake. Here's $1. There, that'll do.
Mr. Benny, you dropped one of the bills.
Oh, yes, I'll pick it up.
Look, you dropped another one. How come your hands are shaking like that?
I don't know, Ed, but it seems that whenever I count money, it makes me so nervous. So long, Ed.
Oh, my goodness, he took out $14 and went crazy.
Jack, we'll be back in just a moment, but first...
Scientific tests prove Lucky Strike is milder than any other principal brand of cigarettes. Yes, scientific tests prove Lucky Strike is milder than any other principal brand of cigarettes.
Confirming these scientific tests, an independent consulting laboratory with more than 15 years' experience in cigarette research reports Lucky Strike, mildest of 6 major brands tested. LS-MFT, LS-MFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. That's why with every Lucky, you get the rich taste of fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Yes, smoothness and mildness with never a rough puff. So smoke a Lucky. Prove to yourself what scientific tests prove. Lucky Strike is milder than any other principal brand of cigarettes. Let your own taste and throat be the judge. For the rich taste of fine tobacco, for smoothness and mildness, remember there's never a rough puff in a Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Good night, folks.
Be sure to hear Dennis Day and A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Stay tuned for the Amos Mandy Show, which follows immediately. And don't forget, Jack Benny is going to be with Edgar Bergen's show. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Rexall. From Palm Springs, California, it's the Bill Harris Alice Faye Show, presented by the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist with a welcome from the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names. You can always tell us by the orange and blue Rexall sign on our windows. The sign means that we carry the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. Many of you are already familiar with some of these famous products. Like MI-31, for example, Rexall's popular mouthwash. MI-31 is the antiseptic formula that kills contacted germs almost instantly when used full strength, yet does not harm delicate membranes of the mouth and throat. Quality like Rexall's MI-31 is what we family druggists are talking about when we tell you you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. And now your Rexall family druggist brings you the Bill Harris Alice Faye Show. Written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp and his music, yours truly, Bill Foreman, and starring Alice Faye and Bill Harris. Today is the Harris family's last day in Palm Springs. They want to take advantage of it, so Phil has insisted that they get up at 5 a.m. As we look in, they're returning to the hotel after a 2-hour horseback ride.
Gee, Mommy, we've had a wonderful morning. So far, we've played tennis and gone swimming and bicycle riding. What's the next thing planned for us?
Well, I don't know. Let's go back to the room, wake Daddy up, and ask him.
Phyllis, why doesn't Daddy ever get up in the morning? Oh, he can't on account of his health. He said he has peculiar pigmentation of the skin, and the gamma rays of the morning sun affect his epidermis. What does that mean? It's French for beat it, get lost, and let me sleep. Mommy, why doesn't Daddy ever get up in the morning?
Oh, for a very good reason, children. He says he's like a delicate flower, and the morning sun wilts him.
I thought the sun was good for flowers.
Oh, not your father. He claims he's a jasmine and only blooms at night. I wonder if he's awake yet.
Isn't that Daddy sitting over there by the pool with Uncle Willie?
So it is. Look, girls, you go in and get dressed, and I'll be there in a few minutes. I want to talk to Daddy. I wonder what they're watching so intently. Uh-oh. It's that girl on the diving board in the French bathing suit. I'll sneak up behind them and see just how interested they are.
Philip, isn't she a honey? Get that red hair, that beautiful face, and that voluptuous figure.
Yes, William. But what about her character? Can she carry on an intelligent conversation? Can she cook and sew and keep house?
Who cares with a figure like that?
Wait a minute, are we reading each other's lines?
You're right about that girl, Philip. We men shouldn't be taken in by what appears on the surface. She looks nice from here, but what about her background?
Well, wait till she turns around. We'll find out. You know, Willie, those two-piece bathing suits are really fascinating. So alluring.
Phil!
And that's why they disgust me.
I'll bet you just can't stand the sight of it.
Honey, you're so right. I've been sitting here mortified.
How long have you been sitting here?
Oh, I've been mortified about 3 hours now.
I think that girl looks disgraceful posing there with her bare midriff. Every man in the place is looking.
Yeah. What a spot for a Burma shave ad.
Well, come on, fellas. Let's go in for breakfast. Oh, by the way, where's Frankie?
Yeah, last time I saw him, a man was selling him a uranium mine for $50.
Well, that sounds like something stupid enough for Frankie to fall
Wait
for.
a minute. Remley ain't stupid. He's got more sense than to fall for anything.
Hiya, Curly.
Ah. Hiya, Franklin. I'm glad you showed up. I hear you bought a uranium mine for $50.
Oh, Curly, you don't think I fell for that, do you? I'm not gullible. I have too much sense. Besides, I was busy doing something much more important.
What are you doing?
Watching the flying saucers.
I told you. Lean over here and breathe out, Clyde. You were watching what?
Flying saucers. Don't tell me you're one of the few remaining people who hasn't seen one.
Remley, how many fingers have I got up? Look closely. Now, you were seeing things again.
I am not. I can prove it. I saw a whole squadron of them. In fact, I turned to the guy I was spending the afternoon with and said, "Did you see what I saw?"
And what did the bartender reply?
I wasn't with no bartender.
Oh, Frankie, a lot of people think they've seen flying saucers, but I don't believe it.
I wouldn't believe it either if I hadn't seen those two guys from Mars who were driving it.
Oh, I got to take the strings off his guitar. His music's driving him nuts. Remley, let me get this straight. You saw a flying saucer with two men in it, and right away you knew that they were men from Mars.
Oh, no, not right away. Came out in the course of the conversation.
You talked to the men from Mars?
Well, naturally. I'm no snob. I'll talk to anybody who's nice.
All right.
Do you expect anybody to believe that wild story?
Newspapers believed it. I called them last night and gave them the whole story. It's in every newspaper throughout the country today.
Oh, no, Remley. How can you pull a hoax like that? When that article appears with your name in it, you'll be the laughing stock of the nation. Everybody's going to laugh at you.
Nobody's going to laugh at me.
What makes you so sure?
When I called the papers, I gave them your name.
Oh, Frankie, why did you have to give them my name?
You can use the publicity. Look at these headlines. Alice Faye's husband sees flying saucers and talks to men from Mars.
Alice Faye's husband?
Yeah, I got you a little publicity, too. Now, you should have seen that sight. I was driving along the desert, and I saw those flying saucers come shooting from out of nowhere.
Driven by men from Mars?
No.
No?
That part I made up to make the other part sound believable. No, Curly, this is a sight I'll never forget. Those large cylindrical objects
flashing through the sky at a terrific speed, and suddenly one plummeted to earth and landed in a burst on the desert. The door opened, and those little men started swarming over the...
Hold it, Orson. You saw this saucer land in the desert.
Yeah, and I can prove it. I would have gone out to examine it yesterday, but it was getting dark. I'm going out now. You'll come with me. I'll show you where it is.
I ain't going.
You better. I told the newspaper men to be here at 2 o'clock to get all the facts. You should be able to describe your flying saucer.
Oh, Remley. The things you get me into, I don't... Oh, all right, I'll go. But you better produce a flying saucer.
Yeah, I will. Alice, you want to come with us?
No. I don't want him to think I'm a kibitzer.
Who?
The 2 men from Mars. I'll only be in the way when you 4 start playing canasta.
All right.
Now, don't be facetious, Alice, or I shall not permit you to sing Wilhelmina from that new picture.
What new picture?
The one you're in, Wabash Avenue.
You try to stop her and I'll break your arm. Sing, lover.
Wilhelmina, she's the cutest little girl in Copenhagen. Wilhelmina, she has all the fellas crazy in the noggin in Copenhagen. And the roses on her cheek, and the music when she speaks, and how sweet her kisses taste. Sugar Danish like her mama's Danish pastry. Wilhelmina, maybe soon she will elope in Copenhagen. In Copenhagen. Wilhelmina, she'll share everything, including his toboggan. In Copenhagen, all the other girls say no, but Wilhelmina, she says nine. All the boys call Wilhelmina Willie, but he calls Wilhelmina mine.
Wilhelmina, she's the cutest little girl in Copenhagen. Wilhelmina, she has all the fellas crazy in the noggin in Copenhagen.
And the roses on her cheeks, and the music when she speaks, and how sweet her kisses taste. Sugar Danish like her mama's Danish pastry.
Wilhelmina, Wilhelmina,
maybe soon she'll elope in Copenhagen.
Wilhelmina, Wilhelmina,
he'll share everything, including his toboggan.
In Copenhagen, all the other girls say 9.
But Wilhelmina, she says 10.
All the boys call Wilhelmina Willie, but he calls Wilhelmina, Wilhelmina mine.
Why did I ever let you fellas talk me into looking for a flying saucer? It doesn't exist. We've been tramping over this desert for 5 hours now, and I'm hot and tired and thirsty.
So am I. I'd give anything for a drink. How about you, Curly?
Water.
Water. There's no time to wash.
I want water to drink.
To drink? You're in worse shape than I am. I'm just thirsty. You're delirious.
Oh, Remley, you and your flying saucers. Getting it in the paper that I saw. If I don't produce one, they're going to laugh me out of town.
I tell you, I saw one crash out here in the desert. Around here someplace. Curly, look over there. That pile of twisted metal is my flying saucer.
Remley, you're right. You see, Alice, and you thought he was having hallucinations.
Come on, Curly.
Help me dig this wreck out of the sand.
Yeah, I'll help you. Maybe we can find some clue of where it's from, huh?
Hey, fellas, I found the disc here. There's a lot of mud on it, but there seems to be something written underneath the mud.
Well, scrape it off, honey. Scrape it off. Maybe it'll tell what planet it's from.
Well, hurry up, Alice. Is it from Jupiter or Saturn?
No, it starts with an M.
M? It's either Mars or Mercury. Quick, Alice, what does it say?
Maxwell.
An old hubcap. So this is where Jackson buried his car. Wait till the insurance company finds out about this. They ain't gonna like it.
Why?
Jackson told them Rommel captured it in Africa. Frankie, this ain't a flying saucer. It's just an old automobile wreck.
Who has to know that? Let's take it into town. They'll never know the difference. After all, it fooled you and me.
Yeah. But how many people are you going to find as stupid as us?
True. But look, Curly, you're in a spot with the newspaper men. You got to take it back to town and try to palm it off as a flying saucer.
All right. We'll try to palm it off. We'll take it back. Oh, Frankie, why do you do these things to me? You're trying to shorten my life. Why do you do it the hard way? Why don't you just stab me in the back, poison my beer? Tell Petrillo I'm working under scale.
Oh, you fellas get the craziest schemes. What goes on in your head?
Never mind. We got what it takes up here.
Yes. Between the two of you, you have a lovely bunch of coconuts.
I ain't going to sing that song.
I ain't either.
Well, as long as nobody's going to sing it, let's pick up these parts and get back to town.
Yeah. Well, we got the pieces all spread out on the ground. This stuff looks like it came from Mars, all right.
Yeah. Does that, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, man, if we can put this one over, we'll be the first ones to produce a flying saucer.
Yeah. Providing Alice doesn't give us away. By the way, where is she?
Yeah, she said something about going to find a psychiatrist.
What's wrong with her?
Well, she's been having headaches lately.
I noticed she's been acting kind of strange.
Yeah. Well, be that as it may. Come on, let's look over this once more before the newspaper men get here.
That's not necessary. This is perfect.
Now, wait a minute, Remley. I don't know. This looks too much like an automobile wreck. They're not going to be fooled by this.
Of course, maybe not just by this. But they'll have to believe you when you produce the clincher.
What clincher?
The man from Mars.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about him. Well, here we go again. Look, Frankie, we don't have a man from Mars.
Yes, I know that. But all we have to do is find one and leave that to me.
Oh, you know a guy, huh?
Of course not. I don't know anybody from Mars.
How about that girl you were out with last night? She ain't from here.
Don't be a wise guy. Now, I can find somebody. All we need is some short, weird-looking character with an oversized head.
Hiya, fellas, here I am.
Frankie, someday this kid ain't going to come in on cue, and then where will we be?
He never fails. He looks the part, doesn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, he's small enough and certainly weird-looking enough. But his head ain't big enough.
No, it isn't. Well, I'll take care of that. Hold still, Julius. Open your mouth.
Get that bicycle pump out of my kisser!
Well, what are you afraid of, Julius? All we want to do is to pump your head up a little.
Any special sign? Or shall we let it go till it boils?
Well, wait a minute. Remley, how big do we have to make his head?
I think 30 pounds ought to do it.
Oh, we better make it 24. He's got a low-pressure skull.
Why don't you just make it 40 pounds? I think I got a slow leak in my head.
What makes you think so?
I gotta have to keep coming around here all the time. Fellas, I don't want you to think I'm a point killer, but I ain't gonna let nobody blow my head up.
Julius, now look, I know it may sound ridiculous, but we have a perfectly logical reason for wanting to do it.
What's your reason?
We need a man from Mars. What's the matter?
I almost choked on that one. How fatty can two grown men get?
Julius, this may appear a little far-fetched, but Mr. Harris is in a spot and we've got to help him. There was an article in this morning's paper saying that he saw a flying saucer and a man from Mars.
That's right. Now, do you see why I need your help?
Yeah, you tied one on and you want me to loosen the knot.
Look, kid, if you'll do this thing for us, we'll give you $20.
Oh, it's a deal.
Hey, now, Remley, you better wait a minute because we ain't never going to get away with this. Nobody's going to believe that he's from another world.
They might when I get finished with him. I'll take him up to the room, put some weird clothes on him, a lot of grotesque makeup. I'll make him look like a lovely bunch of coconuts.
I still ain't going to sing that song.
You want another lead in?
No, thanks. I'll creep into this one myself. Bill Jackson was a poor old dub who joined the Darktown Poker Club and cursed the day told him he was John. That money used to go like it had wings. If he held queen, someone had kings. And each night he would contribute all that coin. And he said, I'm going to play him tight tonight. To be no bobtail flesh make me bite. He said, when I get the nets in my hands, it'll be a feat. Played him tight and lost his pile, and Bill got peevish after a while, so he rose, looked all around, and made this speech. Said, you all see this brand new razor? I had it sharpened just today. Now I'm coming in with my rules that I want you to follow when you play, boy. Keep your hands up on the table while you're dealing, please. Don't be slipping them aces down there in between your knees. Don't be making them funny signs like you're trying to tip off your hand just talking American, boys, so I can understand. And don't be getting them off the bottom because, ooh, that's rough. Take five, then stop. That's enough. Now, when you bet, put up the chips. I don't like it when you shy. Then when you get busted, go get some. I'm going to be here by and by. Pass them cards, let me shuffle every time before you deal. Anything goes wrong, I want to see. I mean, you ain't going to play this game now, according to that Mr. Hoyley. You going to play this game according to me. Sitting right there in that there clan, they chanced to be a one-eyed man, and Bill kept on watching him out of the corner of his eye. Old one eye would deal, and then would cost that Bill another 5 or 10. Bill got up again, looked all around him with a sigh. Said, Lord, it's an awful shame. Said, someone's cheating this here game. Said, course, it ain't no do for me to name the guy. So I'll refrain from mentioning the party's name. If I catch him cheating just once again, I'm going to take this fist and close that other eye. Now, do you see this brand new razor? I had it sharpened just today. I'm walking in with my rules that you must follow when you play Egghead. Keep your bony hands up there while you give them out, please. Don't be slipping them wildies down in there between your knees. And don't be making them funny signs. You're still trying to tip off your hand. You better talk an American, boy. Big A, so's I can understand. And stop getting them off the bottom. I keep trying to tell you it's rough. This is the Army game. 5-5, halt. That's enough. Now, when you bet, put up the reds and blues. I don't like it when you shy. Then if you run out of gas, go get pumped up. I'll be here by and by. Pass them pasteboards, let me ripple every time before you deal. Let me irrigate around with them. I want to see. But you ain't going to play the game now according to that Mr. Hoyley. You're going to play this game according to me. Now, Henry, if you'll break the seal on that new deck of bicycles, we'll go on from there. Yeah.
Oh, Curly, I got Julius all dressed and made up. Here he is.
Oh, no.
How do I look?
Like a street in Tijuana after a heavy rain. Remley, what's that horrible-looking outfit he's wearing? Even a man from Mars couldn't wear a messy thing like that. Where'd you get that?
One of your sport jackets cut down. Now, look, Julius, remember you're from Mars, so you can't talk a word of English. When the newspaper men get here, just talk gibberish.
Do you want the southern or the provincial gibberish?
Look, Frankie, we better give it up. This kid ain't going to fool anybody, and besides...
Oh, there you are, Mr. Harris.
Uh-oh, that's one of the newspaper men. I'll have to go through with this. Don't forget, kid, gibberish.
Well, Mr. Harris, you made the headlines all over the country with your story about the flying saucer and the man from Mars.
Yes, I know.
Now, personally, I don't believe it. We all know there's no such thing as... I'll be darned. You have a man from Mars. He's the most frightening-looking creature I've ever seen.
That's Frankie Remley. The man from Mars is the short, frightening creature over there.
Thanks, load.
So this is what they look like. I see it, but I don't believe it. Do you mind if I interview him?
Oh, well, Mr. Well, you see, he doesn't talk English. But I've been with him constantly since I found him, and I picked up a little of his native tongue. And I'll gladly interview him for you. What do you want to know?
Ask him where he's from.
Okay. Mugwump. Oogle-moggle, iggle-hooger. Willy Waddle with a Woody Wally.
Huh?
We don't always understand each other. Mugwump, the man wants to know where your home is. Holler maga oola lama, where's the place of use of frama?
Sigga maga suga psyche, I'm from Albuquerque.
What did he say?
Oh, you see, I taught him a few simple words in English, and he's trying to be funny.
There's one thing I can't stand. It's a wise guy from Mars.
All right. Now, mister, is there anything else you'd like me to ask him?
I have just one more question. How did he get here from Mars? What route did he take?
Oh, the route. That's a good point. I'll ask him. Mugwump. Stigamaga alahuda floozy. Rugi.
Aha! How about Tula Mars? Kansas City. Hello, left turn, passing Route 66. And then at the Coos Bay. Passing for Anaheim, Azusa, Cucamonga.
Made a lot of stops. You see, he was on a goodwill tour.
Mugwump Chamber of Commerce.
All right, fellas, you can break it up now. Wait till I expose this whole thing as a hoax. The townspeople aren't going to like it.
The whole thing ain't a hoax. I did see a lot of flying saucers yesterday. 2 miles due north of town.
2 miles due north.
Yeah.
I got news for you, blow top. They have a skeet shoot out there. Those were clay discs you saw.
Clay discs?
Curly, how could you make such a stupid mistake? Tell them the newspapers you saw flying.
Remley, I'll swear I'll kill you. A million times I'll kill you.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. Meanwhile, here's your Rexall family druggist.
Next Sunday is Easter, and maybe a lot of you mothers have the same problem one of my customers mentioned last week.
You know, I love fixing a big dinner for Easter, but I wish that just once my family could come through a holiday without an epidemic of upset stomachs from acid indigestion.
Why not do what thousands of other mothers do? Be sure you have a bottle of Bismarex on hand.
Bismarex?
That's Rexall's famous antacid, and it's just about the most prompt and soothing relief from acid indigestion I know of.
What makes it so exceptional?
The formula, ma'am, a Rexall exclusive. You see, Bismarex is specially compounded to work in a continuous relay. First, it quickly neutralizes excess acid, often within 1 minute. Next, it eases gastric distress. And finally, Bismarex leaves a soothing, protective covering on irritated stomach membranes.
Oh, that's good to know.
Certainly everyone knows you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to you all from Rexall.
We're a little late due to this wonderful audience in Palm Springs, so good night, everybody.
Don't let a spring cold make you cough your head off. Try Cherisote, Rexall's popular cough remedy. Ruby red, pleasant-tasting Cherisote goes after coughs 2 ways. First, it soothes the raw and irritated membranes of your throat and bronchial tubes. Second, it helps loosen your cough. Always see your doctor about a cough that hangs on. Ask for Cherisote at the store with the orange and blue Rexall sign on the window. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Next, Sam Spade, then Cornell Wilde and Theater Guild on NBC.
The makers of Campbell Soup present the Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles. It's been my custom on opening these Sunday Campbell Playhouse shows of ours to talk about, in the order named, A, our offering for the evening, and B, our guest star. My task tonight is relatively easy. Our offering is our guest star, Mr. Jack Benny. Mr. Benny, not exactly unknown to the airwaves as a comedian and violin virtuoso, has consented tonight to make his radio debut as an actor, pure and simple. It is his art, I hasten to add, which is pure. It is the character he plays who is simple. Tonight, for the first time since I've been his producer, we've opened the doors of the Campbell Playhouse, opened them to admit as our guests a few hundred of Mr. Benny's fans, whom Mr. Benny at least numbers in millions. We bid them a sincere and hearty welcome. And if Mr. Benny behaves himself tonight, the silence of the Campbell Playhouse will remain, as always, undisturbed. Granted, of course, that tonight's specialty is no particular invitation to sobriety on the part of the giddiest guest in our career. June Moon by Ring Lardner and George S. Kaufman is advertised as his vehicle. Until just now, at least, it's always been one of my favorite plays. Now, for just a minute or so, while Mr. Benny gets in the mood, Ernest Chappell, who is in the mood, has something to tell us about a discovery he's made. Mr. Chappell?
Thank you, Orson Welles. Perhaps it's hardly to be called a discovery. The other night I was browsing through the diaries of the great and greatly human Englishman, Samuel Pepys, when I came upon this entry in the year 1665.
All morning at my books, which I have had new bound. Then with Sir W. Penn in his carriage to the Lord Chancellor's. We were there regally entertained, dining upon a vast dish of chickens of most excellent sweet meat.
And so we have evidence, if indeed evidence were needed, that the taste for chicken was as keen in the year 1665 as it is with most of us in 1940. Now, I'm sure it must be our continued liking for chicken that has made this country take so wholeheartedly to Campbell's chicken soup. One after another, families have tried this chicken soup and found it rich in chicken flavor clear through, from its golden surface to the very bottom of the plate. They've seen how its broth fairly glistens with chicken richness. They've enjoyed the fluffy rice and tender chicken meat in every plateful. They've told others how much they enjoyed Campbell's chicken soup, and so its popularity has grown and continues to grow. Have you tried this deep-flavored, home-like chicken soup of Campbell's? Won't you enjoy it tomorrow? I promise you, just as sure as you like chicken, you'll like Campbell's chicken soup. And now Orson Welles opens our Campbell Playhouse presentation of June Moon, starring Jack Benny.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's story is all about the big city. To quote O. Henry, the fair but pitiless city of Manhattan. In this big city, large and sudden things happen. You round a corner and thrust the rib of your umbrella into the eye of your old friend from Kenosha, Wisconsin. You stroll out to pluck a sweet William in the park, and lo, bandits attack you. You stand in the bread line, marry an heiress, and take out your laundry, all seemingly in the wink of an eye. You travel the streets, and a finger beckons to you. A handkerchief.
Oh, Orson. Orson.
You travel the streets, and a finger beckons to you, and a handkerchief is dropped for you.
Oh, Orson.
A handkerchief is dropped for you. A brick is dropped upon you. The elevator cable or your bank breaks a table-d'hote, or your wife disagrees with you, and fate tosses you about like cork crumbs in wine opened by an unfeed waiter. The city...
Orson.
What is it, Jack?
I've only been here 1 minute, and he's discussed it already. Never mind.
The city is a sprightly youngster, and you are red paint on its toy, and you get licked off. Of such red paint is our story's hero. Now aboard a fast train, speeding through the night towards this greatest of cities, this Baghdad. Down the aisle of a parlor car, a candy butcher is just wending his way.
All right. Oh, now, wait a minute, Orson. Just 1 minute.
What is it, Jack?
If you think I came all the way over here to play the part of a candy butcher, you're nuts.
You're not playing the candy butcher, Jack. I play the candy butcher.
Oh, pardon me. What am I playing?
Jack, you're playing the leading man.
Oh.
You're the love interest.
Oh, the love interest?
Yes.
Ah, I see. I'm the leading man, huh? Well, what am I beefing about? Let's get going.
Magazines? Candy, cigarettes, or magazine, miss?
No, thank you.
Candy?
No, thank you.
Candy, mister?
You got any Tootsie Wootsie rolls?
I sure have.
How much are they?
15 cents apiece. How many?
15 cents for Tootsie Wootsie rolls? None.
Excuse me, mister. Didn't you ask me did I have a Tootsie Wootsie roll?
Yes.
And then you asked me how much?
I was just making conversation, that's all. Hey, now, wait a minute, Orson. Look, let's stop this right here. Look, Orson. No, wait. Look, Orson. I'm afraid this part doesn't fit me. It's not my character. I'm not a tightwad.
Well, Jack, you're an actor. Just throw yourself into it.
Oh, all right. Fine party gave me to play. I'll try.
Candy, cigarettes, magazines, newspapers, miss?
No, thank you.
Candy?
No, thank you.
Cigarettes, candy.
Oh, miss. Hey, miss, would you care to look at part of my newspaper?
Oh, thank you, but I don't think so. Thank you.
Thank you. Thought you might want to read.
No, thank you.
Well, we're due in New York at 10:03.
Yes, I know.
You got on in Hudson, didn't you?
Yes.
I seen you. Now, there's another thing, Orson. Look. Now, wait a minute. Orson, look. Now, Orson, no, 1 second. Wait a minute. Orson, look, I don't talk like that. I mean, I seen you. What is that I seen you? That's for Phil Harris. Not for me.
Now, look here, Jack.
Yes.
I can't tolerate any more interruptions. This is a legitimate program. You're playing a character. The character speaks ungrammatically. Miss Gordon, will you please continue?
Gee, what a tyrant.
Jack, let's start where we left off. It's your line, Jack. We're due in New York at 10:03.
All right.
Sound effect.
We're due in New York at 10:03.
Yes, I know.
You got on at Hudson, didn't you?
Yes.
I seen you. Seen you. You know, I've been on ever since Schenectady.
Really?
Yeah, that's where I work. I mean, where I did work, at the GE.
GE?
Yeah, General Electric. They call it the GE. That's where the plant is in Schenectady.
I've got a girlfriend from Schenectady.
Is that so?
She's in New York now, or at least she was the last time I heard of her. Grace Crowell.
Oh, I used to know a Mildred Crowell, but her name wasn't Grace.
This was Grace.
This was Mildred. I guess there's a difference, all right. You know, Mildred's brother was quite a billiard player. 3 cushions. Eddie, his name was.
That's my name, too. Well, of course, it isn't my real name. It's just my nickname. My real name is Edna.
Oh. His is Edward.
I often wonder what became of Grace. It's funny how we lose track of people. It's terrible, too, because if a person's got good friends, they ought to keep them.
I certainly got good ones. They showed that last night at the banquet.
Were you at a banquet?
I was the guest of honor.
How exciting.
You know, it was a farewell testimonial on account of me going to New York. And then this afternoon, 10 or 11 of the boys came down to the station, and Ernie Butler, that's a friend of mine, he had a hangover and bought me the seat in a parlor car. And he said it'd be a disgrace for me to ride in a day coach with this new valise.
It's a lovely valise.
Yeah, they gave it to me at the banquet. It's got my initials. FDC. Frederick D. Stevens.
What's the D for?
Deductible. I was born March 15. 5:10 a.m.
I like a man to have a middle name. Girls don't usually have them. I'm just plain Edna.
I wouldn't say plain.
Oh, you know how to make pretty speeches.
I bet you're used to them. You know, talking about speeches, you ought to heard the speech Carl Williams made when he gave me this valise. At the banquet, I mean. I guess I blushed all right.
I bet they were sorry to see you go. You look like the kind of a man men would like. And girls, too.
I don't go around much with girls.
I don't go much with men either.
Neither do I. Yep, Carl sure made quite a speech, all right. He said the boys expected me to be the best songwriter in the country.
Is that what you are, a songwriter?
Not the music part, just the words. Lyrics, they're called. The words are called lyrics, I mean. Not the music, you know.
It must be wonderful to have a gift like that.
You know, that's what Benny Davis called it. A gift. I guess you heard of him. He's turned out 100 smash hits.
I guess I must have.
He wrote, Oh, How I Miss You Tonight. It was a song about how he missed his mother. He called her his old pal.
That's sweet.
Well, we happened to be playing in Schenectady and Vaudeville. He did, I mean, and I happened to meet him, and I happened to show him some of my lyrics. And he said a man like me with a songwriting gift like me was a sucker not to go to New York. And he gives me a letter of introduction to Paul Sears, the composer. He wrote Paprika. You remember Paprika? Paprika, paprika, the spice of my life. Paprika, paprika, the spice of my life. You remember?
I think so.
Now, believe me, when you write a song like Paprika, paprika, you don't ever have to worry again. You know, he's one of the most successful composers he is, Paul Sears. I bet you and he and me will turn out some hits together.
Are you going to be partners with him?
If he wants me to, and I guess he will when I show him Benny Davis's letter. That's the hard part, getting acquainted. I'd have broke away a long while ago, only from a sister. But she got married a week ago Saturday. She'd always done everything for me. I mean, cooked my meals and sewed things for me.
Oh, I love to sew. It's too bad you're not my brother. I mean, Mr. Stevens, I don't want you to misjudge me.
You don't need to be scared of me, girlie. I treat all women like they were my sister. Till I find out different.
I I bet you're a wonderful songwriter. No wonder your friends gave you that big dinner.
Yes, sir. It sure was some banquet, all right. I bet some of my pals got a headache today, all right. I feel terrible.
I hardly ever touch it myself, only once in a great while at a party.
Yeah, girls ought to lay off it entirely.
I never touch it.
You take some of those women in Schenectady, and they want to go out every night and guzzle. Married women, too. Either they get all dressed up and drag their husband to a dance or a card party every night, or either they lay around the house in a wrapper.
When I marry, I'll be just as careful of my appearance as I am now. I believe a husband appreciates a wife dressing up for him.
If it ain't too expensive.
The man I marry won't have any complaints. I make practically all my own clothes, and I hardly ever go out evenings.
No.
Personally, I prefer to stay home and read, or else just sit and dream. But still, I always bathe and change my clothes, even when I'm only going to cook dinner, no matter how hard I've been working.
You know, I think I'll take a room with a bathroom when I get to the hotel. I've only been to New York once before. That was with Carl Williams. He's the fellow that made that speech last night. That was the first time he's been away from home in the evening since he was married. He's got a wife and baby now.
Oh, I'm dying to have a baby.
Huh?
Oh, heavens, I didn't mean it.
It's nothing against a woman to like babies. Carl's wife sure likes hers. She's made him a nice home, too. He didn't have to buy hardly anything in the way of furniture. Her grandmother gave her a bedroom suit, and she bought the rest herself.
She must be a good deal like myself.
She bought it with money, she said, while she was working at Burger.
Things I've got.
Carl fixed it so she could quit 3 years after they were married.
I always thought a girl should be
Boy, you should see
something
him now.
besides herself.
He thinks the world of her.
I even wouldn't mind
she got
going
her
on
job back last year.
Till my husband established himself.
Definitely. The girl I marry won't never have to work. I don't believe the Almighty ever meant for a woman to endure a life of druggery.
Oh, Mr. Stevens, if only all men felt the same way. My, hasn't it got dark?
Naturally. It's 9:26.
It's been a shorter trip than usual for some reason. Gee, there's a moon out. I love the moon.
Yeah. June moon.
What?
I just said June moon.
It isn't June, it's October.
I know, but June and moon go together. They rhyme. I'm always thinking of words that rhyme even when I ain't working.
That'd be a catchy name, June Moon, for a song, I mean.
Sure, and you could get other words to rhyme with it, like spoon and croon and soon.
And Mary Soon or something.
And macaroon. I wish I had some. I'm hungry. You know, I thought when I got to New York I'd go and get something to eat someplace. Only I wouldn't know where to go.
Oh, I can tell you a place where I go once in a while. Though most of the time I stay home and cook my own dinner just because I love to cook.
It'd be too late to cook tonight.
Yes, I guess it would.
Say, this place you're talking about, it ain't very expensive, is it?
Oh, no. The last time I went, there was 2 of us, and we had hot roast beef sandwiches and peas and coffee, and it only came to $1.20.
Well, that sounds all right. I guess we can each afford 60 cents.
That's for me. Hello, this is Paul Sears. Who? Fred Stevens. Oh, hello, Mr. Stevens. Welcome to our city. Where are you now? Well, you better hop in a taxi. It's quite a ways yet. That's it, Mr. Stevens. That's Mr. Stevens. That's the lyric writer I was telling you about, Lucille. He's from Schenectady.
Thank heavens you can't get that in a lyric.
I've been thinking maybe he and I could do something together or I could get rid of Houseman. If Houseman gave me a new idea, I'd drop dead. But this fella's got a fresh slant.
Houseman would drop even deader if you gave him a new tune.
I gave him Paprika, didn't I?
That's so long ago, I don't see how you remember it.
Well, Hart made enough money out of it.
Everybody makes money but you.
This Stevens is a nice kid. Hope Hart likes him. Say, your sister's got a date with Hart. Why don't you keep it? It's 8:30.
Don't you worry about Eileen.
What about Hart and her anyway? If she's engaged to him, aren't they ever going to get married?
You'll know as soon as there's anything
if you ask me, she's tired of him already. Yeah, he'll wiggle off the hook some way. If you ask me, he's getting so tired of it, it's not as...
Listen, what makes you think so?
Oh, just because of the luck I'm running. If I ever marry again, it'll be a woman without a sister.
If the sister didn't have a sister, that's who I'd like to be. Either of them.
What time is it, Lucille?
Oh, it's nearly 9 o'clock. Do you want me to fix your evening dress, Eileen? Say, it's not going to last much longer.
I know it.
Why don't you shop around Monday and see if you can find something? I'd go with you if I had anything to shop with.
You wait till this new number gets over.
By that time, I'll only want a shawl. Oh,
Gerhart going to phone her, isn't he? It gets me crazy, this waiting. Oh, shut up, Paul.
Oh, all right.
I wouldn't mind waiting if there was something to wait for. I nearly go out of my mind just sitting. You hear women brag about the nice, cozy evenings they spend at home with their husband. They're not married to a piano tuner with 10 thumbs.
Hart said he'd call me the minute he got in. Maybe the train was late. He was in Philadelphia, you know.
I know, but they got phones there now, too. Wish there was something I could do tonight.
Why don't you go to a picture?
They charge admission.
You're a fool to keep it up. You ought to break away while you still got a chance.
That's easy to say. I haven't got any grounds.
You wouldn't need grounds. Just get him up in court and let the judge look at him.
And if I did leave him, do you know what'd happen? He'd write 10 smash hits in a week. That's my luck.
Who's that?
Oh, Maxie, I guess. Or maybe that lyric writer.
Who?
You know, that's coming to see Paul from Albany or someplace.
Oh.
Hello, everybody.
Oh, hello, Maxie.
Hello, Lucille. Hello, Maxie. Hi, kid. Well, everybody's staying at home on a Saturday night.
All nights are alike up here.
Look, I want the girls to hear that Montana number, Maxie. You know, the way it really sounds when it's played. Okay. Hey, he's going to play Montana number.
That's all right. I'll close the door.
Go ahead, Maxie. She don't know anything.
You know, I might have been a songwriter myself, but I got stuck on my own stuff. I wrote tunes nobody ever heard of before. Yeah, they wouldn't stand for it. You know, that was a great idea of Hausman's writing a lyric about Montana. He's using up his ideas too fast. Montana Moon. He puts the state and the moon all in one song.
Are you going to play it?
Yeah.
Montana moonlight, as bright as moonlight. Oh, may its moonlight my way to you. I know you're lonely, my one and only, for I am lonely, yet lonely true. Solid, Maxie. Boy, ain't it great the way Maxie plays it?
I don't think Berlin will kill himself.
You know, Paul, I wouldn't count on this number too much if I was you. They were talking about it when I left the office. Hart and Goebel.
Who was talking?
Oh, hello, Eileen. I said Hart and Goebel were talking about Paul's new number.
You mean they were talking about it today?
Yeah.
What time?
I don't know, 5 o'clock.
Goebel and Hart both?
Yeah, why?
Oh.
What's the matter with Eileen?
Oh, that don't matter. What did they say about the song?
Right now, they don't want it.
If I don't deliver pretty soon, Maxie, they'll let me out. I guess this is Stevens. Who? Stevens, that lyric writer.
Hey, maybe he's just what you need.
Hello, Stevens. Glad to see you.
Hello, Mr. Sears.
Put your hat and coat in the chair. This is Maxie. Mr. Schwartz, shake hands with Mr. Stevens.
Glad to meet you, Mr. Schwartz.
Hello, Stevens.
And this is my wife. Dear, this is Mr. Stevens.
Are you, Mr. Stevens?
I'm all right.
Paul tells me you're a songwriter yourself.
Just the words.
Well, that's all Paul needs. That and the music.
Well, I just write the words. You know, I've always admired Mr. Sears ever since he wrote Paprika.
You've got a good memory.
Well, sir, I'm anxious to get started all right. Since I got to town, all I've done so far is spend money.
Spend money? Say, you are a stranger.
Sit down.
Thanks. Guess I'm a little late. I got off the subway station. There was an old woman there selling papers. So I stopped and talked to her because, well, I knew she must be somebody's mother.
A fresh slant.
I was right, too, because she told me she has 6 sons. I feel sorry for old women that have to earn their own living.
What do the boys do? Rent her the stand?
No, most of them are in a hospital, and 2 of them had their foot cut off. She told me all about it, so I gave her a nickel.
You want to be careful in a place like New York.
Oh, boy, it's a great city, all right. You know, today I took a ferry boat over to Statten's Island and back. It's an island. You have to take a ferry boat. But I suppose you've been there.
I go there a lot, just for the trip.
Oh. I seen the Goddess of Liberty, too. I mean the statue. It costs $1 million, weighs 225 tons.
Sure to cut out sweets.
Hey, Mrs. Sears, have you been through the Holland Tunnel?
No, I haven't.
Have you been through the Holland Tunnel, Mr. Sears?
No.
Have you been through the Holland Tunnel, Mr. Schwartz?
I've been waiting for somebody to go with.
I'll go with you.
Fine.
See, I want to go every place, so to get ideas for songs. I was telling Mr. Sears about one idea. I haven't got it written yet. It's a song about the traffic lights. Green for come ahead and red for stop. Maybe a comical song with a girl giving signals to her sweetheart with different colored lights in the window. A green light when it's all right for him to call.
And a red one when her husband's home.
No, this girl isn't married. I was thinking of another idea on the way up here. Maybe a song about how New York is All just one big symphony. You know, the noise of the subways and the taxis and the streetcars and the trucks and the newsboys. Nothing but noise. That's what New York is, the lyric would say.
That's all we need. A song with noise in the words, too.
Gee, and then there's the Hall of Fame up to Washington Heights. Gee, they got everybody up there. Washington, Lincoln, Longfellow. They got 24 of them. What do you call them, busts?
That's the place for you, Paul, dear.
No. Man's got to be dead for 25 years.
Well, that fits in.
Well, I gotta be going along. Wait, I want Stevens to show you one of those lyrics.
I gotta be downtown at 10.
Oh, come on, this won't take a minute. Come on, go ahead, Stevens.
Oh, I got lots of ideas, lots of them. But I told this one to a certain party, and this party seemed to think it was pretty good.
Let's hear it.
It's just the title.
What's the title?
June Moon. That's the title. June Moon. See, the verse will be about a fella that meets a girl in June, when there's a moon shining. And then something happened so that she went away. Or maybe he went away. Or maybe they both go away, I don't know. And then whenever he looks up at the moon after that, he thinks of her. Then in the second verse, she'll be doing the same thing for him.
That's fair enough.
I don't know, another moon song.
June, I got it. June moon, how I wish you so-and-so. How I miss my so-and-so. Spoon. For heaven's sake, this would have taken Cole Porter months. I'm a genius.
Hello? No, this is Lucille. Just a minute. Eileen.
No, the idea came to me on the train. See, I just happened to be looking out of the window.
Hello.
And...
Oh, yes, Mr. Hart. Not at all, Mr. Hart. What train, Mr. Hart? Oh, nothing, Mr. Hart.
Goodbye, everybody.
I can imagine it must have been terribly tiresome.
Wait a minute, Maxie. Again.
Don't say anything now.
Really? I thought you were leaving tomorrow. What time tonight? My, it must be important. Well, I won't have a chance to say goodbye before you go. Oh, don't trouble yourself. It's quite all right. Have a pleasant trip, Mr. Hart.
Mr. Stevens, this is my sister, Miss Fletcher.
Hello.
Glad to meet you, Miss Fletcher.
Thanks.
Mr. Stevens, the lyric writer. He's from Schenectady. He's been all over New York getting ideas for songs.
Do you like it?
Yeah, I like it fine, but it costs money to live here. Gosh, I had breakfast in a hotel this morning. It was 40 cents for salt, mackerel, mashed potatoes, and a cup of instant toast-'em. Imagine.
A few more breakfasts like that, and you won't have any money left.
I still got plenty.
Oh, really? Say, I'll bet you haven't been to any of the real places, have you? It takes a New Yorker to find those.
Well, I seen the Goddess of Liberty.
I mean the night places.
I seen it at night.
Oh, no. Restaurants.
Huh?
Mr. Stevens would love those, wouldn't he, Eileen?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. Why don't we make up a party, the four of us, and show Mr. Stevens the town?
You mean tonight?
What do you say, Eileen? How about it?
Why, sure. I don't know why not. Sure.
Well, wait. It'll be great to go, all right. Only the trouble is I got another engagement.
Ah, you could put that off.
Of course you could.
Paul had another engagement, too. He broke it on your account. Didn't you, dear?
What?
We thought it'd be fun for the four of us to go out someplace, but Mr. Stevens doesn't want to.
Well, it ain't that I don't want to.
You know, you really ought to. Paul was just saying that what you needed was to go places where they do the latest numbers and hear what kind of songs are getting over. Isn't that what you were saying, Paul?
Sure.
Sure. Are we all set?
Well, gee, I like to go, all right, but I don't know on account of this other engagement.
Oh, but you could do something about that. You could go if you really wanted to. Don't you want to?
Well, maybe. Maybe I can get out of the party I was going with. But this engagement, I was going to take in a radio show.
Say, listen, I'll tip you off about that, Mr. Stevens. One thing about a radio show, you don't have to go to see it. You can always hear it on the air or turn it off.
Well, you know, in Schenectady, I listen to the radio all the time. And there's one guy I never miss. Gee, he's a scream. Fellow by the name of Jack Benny. You know, Benny. Jack Benny.
Oh, yeah.
Jack Benny. Sure, I hear about him all the time on the Fred Allen program.
Fred Allen? Oh, I listen to him, too. Gee, that Fred Allen is sure funny, all right. He hands me a lot of laughs. But gosh, I don't know. He ain't got near the class that guy Benny has. What a comic.
Mr. Stevens, you can go to a radio show anytime. Wouldn't you rather hit the high spots with us tonight?
Well, I ain't dressed to go out. I mean, to some swell place.
We'll go where we don't have to dress.
How about the orchard? Wouldn't Maxie be surprised to see the four of us stroll in?
Lucille and I'll go right in and get our things on.
But wait a minute. It's just that I didn't happen to bring enough money with me.
Oh, that's all right, Paul. Mr. Stevens can be the treasurer tonight, and you can fix it up with him later. Come on, let's hurry.
Say, Paul, she's a good looker, ain't she?
Who, Eileen?
Yeah. Does she live here with you all the time?
Well, I'd say she does.
Say, can I use your phone a minute?
Sure, do you want the book?
No, I know the number. Look, they was talking about the orchard. That ain't one of them expensive places, is it?
Nah, just about average.
Average is too expensive. Hello? Does Miss Edna Baker live there? Yeah. No kidding, Paul. What do you think it'd cost for the four of us? More than $6?
You got more than that with you, haven't you?
Well, no, don't call her to the phone. Just give her this message. Tell her Mr. Frederick D. Stevens, the songwriter, called and won't be able to make it tonight. He's all tied up. More than $6 for 4 people. Where are they going to take me? $6. I wish I was dead.
You are listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of June Moon, produced by Orson Welles and starring Jack Benny. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is Ernest Chappell, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In a moment, we shall resume our presentation of June Moon. You know, I think everybody will agree that this is the day of the expert, of the specialist in every field. Now, Campbell's have spent 41 years in the highly specialized field of soup making. Throughout all these years, every day has been soup making day at Campbell's. Every day a day devoted to marketing for the finest ingredients, to improving recipes and to acquiring skill in soup cookery. And I think after all these years it may be truly said that Campbell's know how to make soup. Certainly this is conceded by good home cooks everywhere. The moment they first taste Campbell's soups and discover their fine flavor and wholesomeness, they often say something like this: yes, these soups are really homelike. And so it is that more and more women are turning over the making of all their soups to Campbell's. Have you done so yet? If not, I invite you to try your family's favorite soups, one after another, as they're made in Campbell's kitchens. And if you will, I sincerely believe that you, too, will appoint Campbell's soup makers to your family from now on. And now Orson Welles resumes our Campbell Playhouse presentation of June Moon, starring Jack Benny.
Ladies and gentlemen, the city. In the big city, there are those who go their ways making money without turning to the right or...
Hey, Orson. Orson.
What is it, Jack?
How am I doing, Orson? I mean, in this part I'm playing, is my characterization vivid and sincere enough?
Jack, what's the difference?
What's the difference? He's lucky I'm not temperamental. I'd stomp right out of this studio. Hello, Maxie. Ain't Mr. Hart come in yet?
Not yet, Jack.
Oh.
Jack, I have to set the scene.
Oh, pardon me.
The scene, ladies and gentlemen. In the big city, there are those who go their ways without turning to the right or left.
That guy burns me up.
But there is a tribe wonderfully composed, like the Martians, solely of eyes and the means of locomotion.
Thinks he has such a beautiful speaking voice.
Of such as these are the slaves of a great music publisher. Lifeless but undead, they woo the muse in the offices of Goebbels and Hart just off Broadway. Here in a dozen little cubicles at a dozen hopeful but patient pianos are manufactured those hymns of love, those ragtime rigadoons.
Rigadoons?
That great melody to which a nation dances year after year. Usually the same melody.
Hello, Maxie. Ain't Mr. Hart come in yet? Not yet. Gosh, we used to meet him at 4. Here it is at 4:22.
Well, this is his first day back in town. I guess he's got a lot to do.
Paul's coming right away. We want to play the song once before Mr. Hart hears it. Gosh, I wish I'd have known Mr. Hart was going to be late. I could have slept some more. I had to get up at 12.
It must be tough after working for the General Electric where a man's hours is practically his own.
No, I had to be on the job at 8 there every morning. Say, Maxie, how much money do you think a fellow ought to be making before he could get married? In New York, I mean.
It depends on the girl.
You know, Maxie, I'm getting a new suit. Miss Fletcher took me.
Is that so?
It's blue serge with hair-bone stripes. He took my measures all over, like I was a fighter. I'm 38 inches around my chest and 33 around my stomach, and I forget my thigh. Anyway, he's got it all wrote down.
I must get a copy.
You know, Maxie, if they like June Moon, I'm going to get an evening dinner coat with a tuxedo. I've been wearing an old suit of Paul's, but it's too big. Miss Fletcher says it would hold two like me.
There couldn't be two.
She was just joking.
Oh, I see.
Gee, I wonder what my friends in Schenectady would say if they could see me now.
I hate to think.
I didn't know nothing when I lived there. Even the first few weeks I was in New York, I was kind of a sap. Awful knave. I went sightseeing to places like the Aquarium, Grant's Tomb, and the Central Park Animal Zoo. Can you imagine? Gee, a little friend of mine, she took me around, and I thought I was seeing New York. She didn't know no better either.
What's become of her? Did she go home?
No, she lives here. She works for a dentist. I must call her up sometime and see how she's getting along. Only I guess maybe I'll wait now till I need a filling or something. She could probably get me a price.
Oh, Fred, hot here yet?
Oh, hello, Paul. No, he ain't showed up yet. We just got time to run through the song before he gets here. Are you ready, Maxie?
Oh, sure.
Drop it a tone, will you, Maxie?
Okay.
It's too high for me. I can't.
How's that?
That's better. Put a lot of schmaltz in this, will you? June moon shining above, will my true love come soon? Maxie, put feeling into it. June moon, I am so blue. I know that you long for her too. 40, Maxie, 40. A pianissimo again. Sweet night bird, winging aloft, singing a song, love tune. Now, Fort, Maxie, Fort. Tell her to come to me here, to me and her dear June moo hoo hoo hoo.
Solid, Fred, solid.
Oh, that was wonderful.
Huh?
You got an audience.
Edna.
Hello.
Well, I wasn't expecting to see you. This is Miss Baker, everybody. This little girl I was telling you about. The one that works for the dentist.
How do you do, Miss Baker?
Hello. I hated to come down to your office, Fred. I'm afraid you're busy.
We was just polishing up my new number, June Moon. Did you like the melody?
Oh, I loved it. And I love Fred's words. I think everybody will. Oh, but I don't want to interrupt. Maybe I'd better
No. We'll go. You stay right here.
But look, if Mr. Hart comes
Paul
in...
and I will be in my room. Goodbye, Miss Baker.
Goodbye, everybody. Hello, Fred.
Hello.
There's nobody here, Fred.
Huh?
Nobody's looking.
Well, of course nobody's looking. If nobody's here, that means nobody's looking. Naturally. My goodness.
Fred, what's been the matter?
Nothing's the matter, Edna. I've just been busy, that's all. I was going to call you as soon as I wasn't busy.
I thought maybe you were sick or something.
Yeah.
I tried to call you up 2 mornings. I'm in at your hotel, and they said you couldn't be waked up before 1 o'clock, I think it was.
That's only because I've been up late the night before working. We got the song all finished, ain't we?
Oh, it's beautiful. I had no idea it would turn out so beautiful. It's beautiful.
You said it. And when it's published, I'll make them put your name on the cover. Dictated to Miss Edna Baker. How's that?
Oh, Fred, I'd love that. But I'd love something else better.
What's that?
Fred, it's been 2 Sundays since we went anywhere together. Remember the day we took our lunch and went over to the Palisades all day? And then we were going again the next Sunday, only we didn't. I remembered that Sunday.
It's silly to remember a Sunday you didn't go someplace. Well, every Sunday you don't go someplace. I mean, someplace you don't go to. I don't know what I mean.
But what have you been doing, Fred?
Well, you have to go around places and keep in contact with the other boys.
You mean nightclubs?
Some of them.
Just you and Mr. Sears?
Well, Paul's wife, Mrs. Sears.
Doesn't anybody else go along to sort of even up the party?
Well, nobody you know. I hardly know her myself. She just comes along because she's Lucille's sister and lives there.
Oh.
Can't leave her alone by herself. She's timid.
Didn't you ever tell her about me?
Well, you see, it's only business. There hasn't nothing like that come up. She isn't nosy.
A girl like she's probably got lots of beautiful clothes. She probably makes little me look like nothing.
No, that part don't matter. Wouldn't make no difference to me if she had all the clothes in the world. Or if she was bare, either.
Doesn't it cost an awful lot of money when you go around to all these places?
Costs a lot of money.
Fred, are you going to be busy tonight, Fred, after they hear the song?
Sure, I got to work with Paul.
Well, then before that, after Mr. Hart hears it. Oh, Fred, couldn't I stay and hear it too, Fred?
Oh, no, Eddie. When Mr. Hart hearing a new number, he can't have nobody around. He's got to concentrate on what he's doing.
Oh.
I'll tell you what. You wait in the reception room or somewhere, and the minute he hears the song, I'll come and tell you what he says.
Oh, Fred, that's grand. And then can we go somewhere for a little while, have a soda or something?
I guess so. There's a place around the corner you can get nickel sodas. You can hardly tell them from the dime ones.
Oh, Fred, I'm
Of course, you only get one straw. It's just a matter of price.
I mean, you do care whether you see me?
Of course I do. Sure, certainly.
Oh, pardon me.
Oh, Mr. Hart. Mr. Hart.
What?
We've been waiting for you. We're all ready.
Ready with what?
That new number. We'll go through it if you'll wait a minute.
What number?
June Moon, the number I wrote with Paul Sears. I'll get Maxie. We'll run through it for you. Say, Edna, if you go into one of them other
Oh,
offices...
all right, dear. I can wait happy now.
Yeah, wait in that reception over there. There's a good place.
Oh, thank you, Fred.
No, not that door. Gee, can't you read? Now, Mr. Hart. Where'd he go? Mr. Hart? Mr. Hart?
Why, Freddie.
Hello, Fred.
Oh, hello, girls. What are you doing down here, Eileen?
Lucille and I came down to bring you luck.
Yeah, I'm a born rabbit's foot.
Oh.
Oh, there you are, Mr. Hart.
Yeah, well, I didn't know we had visitors. Hello, Lucille.
Hello?
This is Miss Fletcher, Mr. Hart. Miss Fletcher's Paul's sister-in-law.
Yeah. I've already met Miss Fletcher.
Yeah,
Mr. Hart's been off on a trip, Eileen.
that's very interesting.
Are you ready for our song now, Mr. Hart? I mean, June Moon?
I guess so. Come on, Stephen.
Oh, wait till you get a load of this song. I mean the words.
Eileen, what are you going to do about Stevens? He's going to be kind of a nuisance with Hart back.
I can handle him. He's so far gone you can tell him anything.
I wonder if that song is any good. All of Paul's stuff sounds just alike to me.
Well, maybe Stephen's lyrics are just silly enough to get over. I got kind of a hunch they are.
Even if they buy it, it won't mean anything to us. Paul's so far ahead of his royalties, they'll never catch up. He could write Madam Butterfly, and it wouldn't even get me a new step in.
Why don't you do something, Lucille?
Maybe I am.
You are? What?
Oh, I don't know. Nothing, maybe. Only, remember Ed Knowlton?
Yeah, what about him?
I ran into him Friday on Madison Avenue.
Well?
Still likes me, and I like him.
Has he got any money?
He makes a lot, but he spends it.
If he likes you, that's not a fatal drawback.
He likes me, all right.
Well, don't tell me you aren't going to do anything about it.
Oh, I don't know what to do. Ed's nice. The things he says, they make me feel young again. And it's such a relief to just talk to a man that hates music.
Listen, if you don't do this...
Hey, girls! Girls, what do you know? They're crazy about it. They're going to take it. They've took it.
Come in.
Mr. Schwartz, do you know if Mr. Hart heard Mr. Stevens' song yet? I mean, June Moon.
Yes, Miss Baker, he did.
Was it all right? Did he like it?
He took it.
Where is he? Still in there?
Not anymore. They've all gone.
They?
Yes, Mr. Sears and his wife and his sister and Fred. They went out just a couple of minutes ago.
Oh. Oh, thank you very much.
And now for the tune that's still in first place on our hit parade for the 16th consecutive week, June Moon.
Oh, June Moon. If I hear that ridiculous song again, I'll scream.
What's ridiculous about 16 weeks on a hit parade?
Well, it doesn't mean anything to us, does it? We still haven't any money.
That dress is new, ain't it?
Don't you think it's about time?
How much was it?
It won't come due for a while. I may take care of it myself.
I can take care of it if it ain't too soon.
I gotta go on out. Eileen's waiting.
Hold on, that's what I want to talk to you about.
What?
About her and Fred.
Oh.
She's got him so he can hardly work at all. I don't know when we're going to finish the new numbers.
Of course you can finish them.
But marrying him and taking him off on this trip, it's going to cost him $1 million. And just when we're beginning to work together good.
You can write other numbers while he's gone.
Don't you think they ought to go ahead and get married? No, they shouldn't. He's a nice guy. Oh, I've got to kind of like him myself.
Well, what of it? Eileen's a nice girl.
Oh, you know what I mean. Isn't it kind of a dirty trick? I mean, after the way Eileen... Well, the way she and Hart and everything...
Oh, you ought to have more sense.
Oh, just the same, I don't feel right about it. And the way she's throwing his money around, just like it was confetti. Spending every nickel she can get on herself. Clothes.
You can't go to Europe in a life belt.
Don't you know what she spent yesterday afternoon, just in one day? Close to $400. Fred pretty near cried when he told me. And I don't blame him. He's a nice kid.
She doesn't spend that every day.
Well, she shouldn't have spent it at all. And you should have thought that she didn't spend it.
Well, how could I stop her? I wasn't there.
Oh, yes, you were. You were with her all afternoon. You said you were.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I thought you meant the day before.
It was Sunday the day before.
Yeah, I just got mixed up, that's all.
Anyhow, something ought to be done about it. She's got him in debt enough.
Life is a game. We are but players, playing the best we know how. Yeah, that's good. Playing the best we know how. Come in. Sometimes we shoot a 7. Sometimes 11. But oft times it's boxcars for us.
Well, Fred,
Oft times, what do you want? Can't you see I'm composing?
did you ask Hart about that advance?
He's advanced me so many advances already in advance. Gee.
But, sweetheart, you promised.
All right. But I gotta find Paul now. He's waiting for me.
Oh, don't go to work yet. You never have any time for me. You don't realize I want to be loved once in a while.
Loved once in a while. I held your hand in the taxi, didn't I? What do you want?
Just think, only 3 more days till we belong to each other.
It's 4, ain't it?
4 till we sail. Only 3 till we get married. And don't forget, you're to ask Hart for $1,000 advance.
I've borrowed $3,500 on June Moon already. Maybe more than my royalties will amount to altogether.
Don't be ridiculous. That number will still be selling when you're dead.
I won't care so much then.
Oh, Fred, your children will. Don't you want children, Freddie?
I don't get along with them very good.
You would with your own.
No, I figure I'd get along better with other people. Because they go home once in a while.
We needn't think of that now. Let's just think of you and me, all alone on that big boat.
We won't be alone. The fellow said it'd be pretty near full.
But we don't have to see anybody. A bride and groom don't generally go around much. They're supposed to be so awfully in love.
I hope the dining room won't be crowded.
They'll serve us in our cabin.
It'd be kind of cramped. Maybe I could go in the dining room and order your meal sent up.
And leave me all alone? I'd be scared to death.
Look, it's just as dangerous in the dining room as the bedroom. If the ship sinks pretty near, all the rooms will be underwater.
Let's not think about such things. Just think of the pleasant side. London, Paris. Oh, I'm glad we're going to Paris first, so I can get some clothes.
Clothes? What have you been buying?
Well, they're all right for the ship, dear, but not the Riviera. Don't you want to be proud of me? Don't you want to be proud of the way I look?
Well, if you're going to stay in your cabin all the time, you won't eat nothing but a Mother Hubbard.
Well, all ready for the big trip?
Hello, Maxie.
The boat sails Saturday.
I don't know what you want to go to Europe for.
Why not?
Well, because you've never been there before. A songwriter never goes anywhere for the first time. They're always going back to places. Back to Indiana, back to Baltimore.
Fred, are you going to talk to Mr. Hart?
Yeah, I'm going to talk to Mr. Hart.
Well, this would be a good time. And let me know what he says. I'll be outside.
I'd like to be going back to Schenectady. But Eileen's got her heart set on Europe.
I hear it's quite a place.
Yeah, I guess so. I was kind of excited about it at first, but now, I don't know. Kind of tired, I guess, the way we've been going it lately. I'm kind of behind on my sleep.
But you've been having a lot of fun, all those nightclubs.
I did at first, dancing and everything. But now my feet's so sore, I have to take a bath every day. Might as well take a whole bath as just your feet. They ache so I can't sleep in them. If I don't get some rest soon, I'll have a nervous breakup. And everything costs so much. Eileen wants to take a taxi. She's going in the other room.
You sure picked out a thrifty little girl.
I kind of get thinking sometime, maybe a man like I that's just breaking in, maybe he shouldn't get married so soon. Especially a woman's got to have so many clothes. Sometimes I think it'd be better if I hadn't got engaged.
I read a case once in Michigan where a man was engaged to a girl and didn't marry her.
I didn't read that. Have you got the clippings?
No, but my memory's pretty good. For instance, I remember a nice little girl that was here to see you one time. I even remember her name, Miss Baker.
Maxie, you haven't seen her or anything, have you?
Me? No. Why?
I guess I shouldn't be thinking of her at a time like this.
Are you?
I don't know, sometimes. Oh, I'm going to my office. I got to do some work. Ever since I broke my dime bank, everything's been so complicated. Life is a game. We are but players. Playing the best we know. Sometimes a full house greets us. Sometimes a broken flush meets us. And oft times... Why don't you... Oh, hello, Eddie.
Hello.
Hey, maybe I'm crazy, but you know I'm glad to see you, Eddie.
I'm glad to see you too, Fred. I'm glad you're well and that you're going to be happy.
You know, Eddie, I've been having the insomnias about you. I've been waking up in the morning thinking about you.
Are you waking up in the morning again, Fred?
Gee, we used to have a lot of fun together. Remember that day in Van Cortlandt Park when I lost my watch and that little boy found it?
You gave him a nickel.
I gave him a dime. And he said, keep it and buy your wife a radio set. He thought we was married.
I remember.
He was embarrassed, all right.
Any girl would.
And then coming back, we forgot to change to 72nd Street. That is, you forgot. I didn't know any better.
I just wasn't thinking.
We had to go all the way down to Times Square. You remember, that's when we saw the flea circus.
You said one of the police reminded you of a man in Schenectady.
Yeah, Perry Robinson. He always walked like he just picked up a nail. Eddie, have you heard anything about me?
I heard you were going to be married, Fred. I should have congratulated you.
Thanks. Say, Eddie, wait here a minute, will you?
Where are you going, Fred?
You congratulating me made me think of something.
What, Fred?
I gotta go see my intended-to-be fiancé. Eileen?
Yes, Freddie?
I gotta tell you something.
What is it, Freddie?
I don't want to get married. I mean you and I, and don't call me Freddie. That's all.
Do you know what you're saying?
I shouldn't have never got engaged. I didn't realize.
Well, this is a fine time to tell me. Why didn't you wait till we got to the altar?
Why wait? I know it now.
I see. And you think all you have to do is tell me, and that settles it. Well, it doesn't work quite that way. I'll sue that girl for alienation.
You can't. She was born right here in New York State. So there.
Well, what would you think of a man that made a girl love him when she was already engaged and then threw her over? Do you think that would be honorable?
A man like that is a rat.
I was talking to you.
You didn't tell me.
Well, I'm telling you now, Fred Stevens. I'm the girl you're engaged to, and I'm the girl you're going to marry.
Now, look, Eileen.
Hello, Fred. Am I interrupting?
No. I was just going. See you later, Freddie.
What's the matter? Been fighting?
Ain't anything the matter.
Well, I just thought maybe we might get together on some of those songs this afternoon.
I can't. I got to go to the French passport place.
I thought you went there yesterday.
It would have been cheaper. Told you I went with Eileen while she was shopping.
You must have had a swell time running around with two women all yesterday afternoon.
What two women?
Her and Lucille.
Lucille wasn't along, just I and Eileen.
Yesterday?
Yeah, we were together from 1 till 5:30. Why?
Didn't Lucille ever meet you during the afternoon?
No, why?
Oh, Eileen and I are going out to lunch. You want to come along?
Lucille, I want to talk to you.
What about?
Where were you yesterday afternoon?
I was out.
I said, where were you?
Do I have to report all my movements?
You do, and I catch a line. Where were you?
I had an engagement. It was with an old friend of mine, and I thought you mightn't want me to do it, and so I told you I was with Eileen.
Holy mackerel.
I know it was silly of me, Paul. I was going to tell you later, wasn't I, Eileen?
Yes, she was going to tell you tonight. She told me so.
Where did you go yesterday afternoon with this fella?
Fella? Gee.
We went to a matinee.
On a Monday?
We went to the Roxy.
Who was there? On the stage show?
I don't see what difference that makes.
You dirty, lying, double-crosser.
Hey, my goodness.
That's not true.
You keep still, Eileen. Listen, Paul, did you think I was going to wait around forever for you to give me the things I wanted?
Holy smokes, Lucille. You mean to say that when you were married to Paul, you went out with a fella? Eileen, you must have known she was doing it.
Known she was doing it? She put her up to it.
That's not true.
No? Well, listen to this. I'll tell you something that is true.
Don't you believe him, Fred?
I will if I want to.
Eileen told you she was engaged to be married. Well, she wasn't. She was Hart's girl, and he kicked her out, and that's the only reason she took up with you.
Why, that's the Badger game. Eileen, you're nothing but a badger. That's what you are.
Come on, Lucia, let's get out of here. I'm sick of looking at these Tin Pan Alley hats.
I'm coming, Eileen. Goodbye.
And you're a Badger sister. Hey, Eddie. Excuse me, Maxie.
What is it, Fred?
I don't have to marry her. Paul told me everything.
Congratulations.
Look, Eddie, I still got the tickets for the boat, and it says Frederick D. Stevens and wife. I wonder if the steamship people allow you to change your wife.
Yes, if you don't do it in midstream.
If your wife is the right kind, she won't let you take her on an expensive trip. She'll make you put everything into a home. Oh, I don't mean a big home. Just a little bungalow would do.
A bungalow? Bungalow. A bungalow for two. Gee, that would be a great title for a song.
And I've got a great tune.
Bungalow, I love you. Bungalow for two. Gee, the words are great, aren't they? But the tune's no good. It'll never go. Why can't I get somebody to write tunes for me? A bungalow on
You have been listening to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of June Moon, produced by Orson Welles and starring Jack Benny. Mr. Welles and our guest star will be back with us in just a moment. Meanwhile, I'd like to leave just this thought with the mothers listening. When your children come home at noon for lunch, why not give them bowls of Campbell's chicken soup now and then? Children love chicken, and they'll enjoy the flavor of chicken in every gleaming drop of this good chicken soup, along with fluffy rice and tender chicken meat. Now, perhaps your children take their lunch to school. In that case, why not fill a thermos bottle with good hot chicken soup and let them take it along as their needed hot dish? Try it, and see if they don't ask for it often. Because just as sure as they like chicken, they'll like Campbell's chicken soup. And now our producer and star of the Campbell Playhouse, Mr. Orson Welles.
June Moon, ladies and gentlemen, June Moon, the play which you've just heard, written by Ring Lardner and George S. Kaufman, was one of the greatest comedy successes that Broadway has ever known. And I want to say, ladies and gentlemen...
Orson.
I want to say, ladies and gentlemen, that Jack Benny, despite what any of you may think, genuinely did his best tonight, and we're very grateful to him for his efforts.
Well, thanks. Thanks, Orson.
Quite all right. The part of Fred Stevens, the songwriter, is generally not regarded as a difficult one. But tonight we happen to have with us a man who makes mountains out of molehills.
Well, thanks.
Quite all right.
Orson, thanks. I don't... I think that called for a thanks.
Yes, it is a thanks.
I didn't know.
Right.
You know, I don't often do legitimate plays like this.
No, you don't.
No. Oh, you could sort of feel that.
Yeah, it came to me.
Okay. While I was playing it?
While you were reading your own...
I didn't know. Now where am I? Oh, yeah, here I am. You know, I don't often do legitimate plays like this. I'd love to get just one line out.
All right. Sorry, Jack.
You drive a guy nuts. I'm not kidding. Wait a minute. You want to know something?
Yeah.
You look better with the beard. No, Orson, look, I don't often do legitimate plays like this, and naturally it was quite a strain for me. But do you really think I gave a good performance?
Well, Jack, if you're referring to those people that left in the middle of the broadcast, they probably had to go home early anyway.
Oh, I wasn't worrying about them. It was the people that stayed. They looked like they wanted to go home, but their feet hurt. You know, Orson, I enjoyed playing that part, but it still didn't have the dramatic quality that will get me an Academy Award. You see, Orson, that's what I'm after, the Academy Award. I want that statue.
Well, don't get excited, Jack. There's no rush. Take your time.
Take my time? Orson, I'm not a kid anymore. I've either got to win it in the next few years or go through the hereafter muttering to myself.
I don't know what you're driving at, Jack.
Well, look, Orson, last week I did the Hunchback of Notre Dame. This week I did June Moon. Now, what I want to know is, when can I play Hamlet? Maybe you didn't hear me, Orson. When can I play Hamlet?
I heard you, and I'm thinking.
Oh. Well, maybe I am a little too anxious, and I don't want you to think that I don't appreciate all these dramatic lessons you've been giving me, but, gee, Shakespeare, that's my goal. That's my ambition. Listen, Orson. I am the Count of Monte Cristo, and the world is mine.
That's not Shakespeare. That's from the Count of Monte Cristo, Jack.
It is?
Yes.
Oh, well, then let's do that. What are we waiting for?
All right, Jack. If that's what you want, I'll start giving you lessons on it tomorrow.
Oh, boy. Jack Benny and the Count of Monte Cristo. So long, Orson. I want to run over to the Owl Drugstore and tell the boys about this. Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye, Jack. Ladies and gentlemen, the character of Frederick Stevens was sustained tonight by Jack Benny. Other characters were also sustained by Benny Rubin and Gus Schilling, for instance, who were Maxie and Paul in the order named. Bea Benaderet was Lucille, Lee Patrick was Eileen, Virginia Gordon was Edna, and the Candy Butcher, a little jewel of its kind. Candy Butcher. You may remember the Candy Butcher way back there in the first scene. Need I say, fans, that the Candy Butcher was your obedient servant. I had conceived of the candy butcher as the part most suitable for our guest of the evening. I had another part in mind for myself. Jack Benny didn't think he was right for the candy butcher. I don't know why, just didn't think he was right. As a matter of fact, there has been some talk that Jack Benny was going to play Rochester in Jane Eyre. This is a lie. We're doing Jane Eyre, all right, and I'm playing Rochester. And not the Rochester that first comes to mind. I mean Miss Bronte's Rochester, not Mr. Benny's. Miss Bronte's Rochester neither dances nor sings. And if any of you people would be interested in hearing me play a part again, please tune in. That other faction had better be warned that Rochester is present in several sequences in next week's romance. And romance it is, too. Jane Eyre, quite seriously, is next week's story. And it's one of the really fine, really moving romances in all literature. We're genuinely thrilled at the prospect of doing Jane Eyre for you. We're very proud indeed to announce as our guest for the name part an old friend and very gifted actress, Miss Madeleine Carroll. Till next Sunday night in Jane Eyre with Madeleine Carroll, my sponsors, the makers of Campbell Soups, and all of us in the Campbell Playhouse remain, as always, obediently yours.
The makers of Campbell Soups join Orson Welles in inviting you to be with us in the Campbell Playhouse again next Sunday evening when we present Jane Eyre with Madeleine Carroll as our guest. In the meantime, if you've enjoyed tonight's Playhouse presentation, won't you tell your grocer so tomorrow when you order Campbell's Chicken Soup? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin presents The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
If you like good beer, you'll find it pays to be curious and learn about Schlitz for yourself. The Halls of Ivy.
We love the halls of ivy that surround us here today, and we will not forget though we be far, far away.
Welcome again to Ivy. Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. The president of Ivy College has a residence on the campus, which is known to the student body, naturally enough, as the Powerhouse. And here are the Powers themselves, Dr. William Todhunter Hall and his wife, Victoria, a former glittering ornament of the English musical comedy stage. They're playing chess, a game which can be played for either sheer intellectual diversion or 10 cents a game. This is the 10-cent variety, evidently, because Mrs. Hall is saying...
That's checkmate, isn't it, dear? You now owe me 20 cents.
Let me see.
I mean, isn't any place you can move your king, is there?
No. No, you've won again, Victoria. Tell me, what impelled you to zip that queen clear across the board? That was a devastating move.
I don't know. There was a clear space to move it, and she hadn't done anything for a long time, so I just slid her over. Was it good?
Good. It was magnificent. Are you sure you never played this game before you married me?
It was cast on, Toddy. I always thought chess was a game for bearded old men and mental giants.
Oh, that's pure nonsense, Victoria. It can be played for simple amusement by people with no intellectual pretensions whatever.
Like me?
Yes. I mean, no. No, I didn't mean that at all. I merely meant... look, how about another game?
Well, I don't think we have time, William. Mrs. Gerhart will be here in... Oh, good heavens, I forgot to tell you. I'm so sorry.
Mrs. Professor Gerhart, is she coming over here?
Yes. She wants to talk to you about a very personal matter. That's what she said. Doesn't Professor Gerhart do something with mummies or something? I mean, doesn't he dig up tombs and gold coffee pots and all like that?
Gerhart, my dear, is an Egyptologist of some renown. What do you suppose Mrs. Gerhart wants?
I haven't the slightest idea. Oh, she's here now, I imagine, dear. Will you put away the chest and I'll let her in?
Checkmate in 7 moves, indeed. Paul, old boy, you're slipping badly when a rank amateur can...
Mrs. Gerhart, William, dear. Mrs. Gerhart to see you.
Good evening, Mrs. Gerhart. Please sit down.
Good evening, Dr. Hall. I'm sorry if I'm breaking in... Oh, you don't have to leave, Mrs. Hall.
Well, thanks, but I have dozens of things that need doing. I'll be back in a little while. Just excuse me, will you?
Of course.
How is Hans, Mrs. Gerhart? Since he received that last batch of pottery and sarcophagi, I don't see much of him.
Well, I don't see much of him these days myself, Doctor, and it isn't because of his work.
Logically, I suppose. My next question is, why isn't it? Has Professor Gerhart taken to being absent without leave?
Yes. Doctor, I haven't the slightest right to come to you with what's really a very personal family matter. My only excuse is that I trust your judgment so implicitly, and, well, I don't know where else to go. The Ivy Bulletin doesn't give advice to the lovelorn.
Well, my principal business is human relations, and by extension, I suppose, family relations among the faculty. So let's examine the problem, whatever it is.
It's a very simple one, Dr. Hall, and a very old one, too, I suppose. Hans is... Well, I think there's another woman.
Another woman? Oh, but he's old enough to know... Oh, no, I can't...
I've always heard it said, Doctor, that the dangerous age for men was from their first long pants to their last short breath. So I don't suppose I should be so surprised about this. But I am. And if Hans hasn't been happy with me, he's been an awfully good actor.
Oh, my dear lady, Hans Gerhart couldn't act. Why, he'd be lost in a kindergarten charade. A more open... Oh, I see. That does leave the alternative, doesn't it?
Yes. Plus the fact that he's spending much too much money. He refuses to tell me where he spends 3 or 4 evenings a week, and he comes home with lipstick on his collar.
Have you asked him about it?
Yes, last night. He simply turned 3 shades of vermilion, walked into his study, and started measuring the shin bone of some Assyrian queen that he uses for a paperweight. You know, it's bad enough to compete with live women, Doctor, but when they've been dead for 4,000 years, it's enough to make a wife take another look at herself.
Let me assure you it has nothing to do with your appearance. Having been extremely fortunate as a husband, I consider myself somewhat of an expert on what a wife should look like. Now then, just what do you think I can do?
Well, I don't know, frankly.
And just as frankly, even though you have come to me as a family friend and your husband's superior officer, I feel a little presumptuous in interfering in such a very personal matter.
But wouldn't an open faculty scandal concern this college rather directly, Doctor?
Do you intend to cause one, Mrs. Gerhart?
Oh, I certainly do not. The fewer people who know about this, the happier I'll be. But these affairs always start gossip, Doctor. Oh, if I can merely drag Hans back to his senses and his old Egyptian bones, I'll never mention it again. I don't want any melodrama. I just want that sweet old goop of mine to stop making an idiot of himself. And of me.
Well, this role is an unfamiliar one to me, Mrs. Gerhart, but give me a few days to see what I can do. And thank you for the absence of hysterics. You're a very well-adjusted woman.
Oh, thank you. Don't think I'm completely unemotional about this, Doctor, because I don't fling myself about the campus clutching a bunch of tear-stained violets. But I hadn't been sleeping very well either.
It's quite understandable, I'm sure.
Good night, Doctor, and thank you for listening to me.
Good night, Mrs. Gerhart. The cloistered life of a college president. Dr. William Todhunter Hall, alias Beatrice Fairfax, alias Willie the Snoop. Just how does one go about cherching la femme? Does one...
Hardy, what on earth are you muttering about?
Please, Victoria, I'm on a case.
You act more as though you just finished one. Is it something to do with Mrs. Gerhart?
Yes, quite something indeed. And the splendid advice which you are about to give me, I hope, will ease my conscience for violating Mrs. Gerhart's confidence.
Well, you haven't violated yet, Willem, so please do. I'll be the close-mouthed, faithful secretary in love with the boss. What's the caper, Chief?
Caper, in this instance, is extremely apt. Professor Gerhart is capering. He shows unmistakable evidence of matrimonial deviation.
Oh, my goodness. Have you any idea what direction he's taken?
Oh, that's what I'd like to find out. I don't know what I'll do about it when I do find out, but... Oh, Vicky, do I appeal to you as a blue-nosed reformer? A censor of other people's private lives?
No, Toddy. You just appeal to me.
As?
Nothing. You just appeal to me. Do I appeal to you?
Oh, with an increasing intensity which is a little frightening.
Well, it doesn't frighten me. I can walk right up to it. See? I'm brave, huh?
Ah, Vicky, darling, I do love you dearly, but you're taking my mind off the Gerhart case. And you haven't answered my question.
What question? Oh, yes. You mean how to put the finger on the hussy that's making a pigeon a pyramid boy?
Oh, Vicky, please. I'd almost prefer profanity from you.
Oh, all right.
No. I said almost. Now, let's be sensible. After all, the matter holds very little gaiety for Mrs. Gerhart.
Oh, I'm sorry, Todd. Of course it does. Well, now, let me see. If I wanted to find the woman my husband was... Why, William, it's obvious.
Not to me, I'm afraid. You have an idea?
I have the idea. There's no use being modest about it.
Would you mind telling me?
Look, Toddy, this is a scandal in the making. What goes hand in hand, skipping along with scandal? Gossip. Who's the greatest gossip within 500 miles of Ivy College?
Doc Fish, the barber. Vicky, I knew you didn't win those chess games by pure beginner's luck. You have an IQ of at least 750.
Well, when I get to 900, I'll sell. Look, here's the telephone. Go on, call Doc Fish. He closes at 6, and it must be almost that now.
Hello, Doc. This is Dr. Hall. Doc, you know everything that goes on around here, besides the things you invent, and wait a moment. Is there anyone else in the shop? Good. Doc, where does Professor Gerhart go on his nights off? Oh,
this is maddening.
What was that street number again? All right, thank you, Doc. Thank you very, very much. Goodbye. What a filthy old world this would be if it weren't for gossips like Doc Fish who keep their ears to the ground picking up all the dirt.
Well, what did he say? I mean, he knew, of course.
Of course. Where's my hat, Vicky?
I don't know. What do you want with it?
Well, I'm about to call on a mysterious widow who lives at 1245 Foster Avenue. Now, if I'm not back in an hour, I shall probably come wandering in at 4 a.m., reeking of sandalwood and stained with mascara. Pray for me, Vicky. Pray that I may withstand the lure of this unknown woman.
Pray for you. I'm praying for me. Now, get along, Private Eye. And if you should look up from your white bearskin rug past your long ivory cigarette holder and see a woman lurking in the shrubbery, well, 3 guesses.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
We'll return to the halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman, in just a moment. But first, let's hear the story of a curious photographer who missed the picture and developed a liking for Schlitz beer.
Well, I specialize in weddings, family portraits, and graduation pictures. Some people are kind enough to say my photography is inspired, but actually there's more toil than talent in it. You take that family I photographed last week. Now, you'll admit a fidgeting child is not fair game for a photographer. And in this particular family, there were 3, plus 2 adults who seemed to regard the camera as a deadly weapon to be watched with tense suspicion. Well, with much patience and perspiration, I worked to get the family properly posed. And just as I had them smiling broadly and was about to snap the picture, a figure carrying a tray of Schlitz beer came into focus. Well, I started to indulge myself in a little artistic temperament at this interruption when I discovered there was an extra bottle of Schlitz in the tray for me. Well, in the face of such unexpected hospitality, I could hardly stay angry. I took the bottle of Schlitz that was offered me and poured myself a glass. Well, I had never tasted Schlitz before, in spite of all the good things I had heard about it, and I was mighty curious to see whether this much-talked-of beer really lived up to its reputation. I took one swallow, then another just to make sure, and came to a swift conclusion. If Schlitz tastes as good to others as it does to me, then I say it's no wonder they call Schlitz the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
That surround us here today.
As we return to Ivy, we find Dr. Hall walking briskly along the street on the far side of the town. He's on his way to make a personal investigation of one point of a faculty triangle.
Ridiculous mission for a college president. Peeping and prying into the amours of a reputable professor. Who am I to police the morals of my fellow men? Simply because I'm no Lothario myself, must I waggle a censorious finger?
Evening, sir.
Oh. Hello there, officer. Pleasant evening, isn't it?
It is that. You're Dr. Hall from the college, aren't you?
Yes, I am. And I don't know whether to be flattered or disturbed at being recognized so promptly by the city police.
Oh, you're better known than you think, Doc. There's a police circular of you pinned up in my son's room.
A police circular of me? Well, really, officer, I can't quite remember ever being the object of your official attention. What was my crime?
Desertion.
Oh.
The students at Ivy, and my son is one of them, thought you were going to quit as president a few months ago.
I'll admit there was some discussion of the matter among the governing board, but my departure would have been quite involuntary, I assure you.
Well, the kids were kind of upset about it. So they got out circulars with your picture and description on them, like regular police jobs. We call them readers. They says, wanted for desertion, William Toad Hunter Hall.
Todd Hunter, family name.
Yeah. Well, I guess all the students was glad you stayed, Doc. My kid thinks you're the nuts.
Well, thank you for both the sentiment and the use of the definite article. By the way, officer, how far is Foster Avenue?
3 streets farther than the way you were going, Doc. What number?
It's in the 1200s.
Well, turn right on Foster, and it's the second block.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, it's a pleasure to be of service to the husband of a wife like yours, Doc.
Oh, you know Mrs. Hall?
Well, my son and his wife do. One day she got took to the hospital, and he had to go with her. Your wife sat with the baby. Wouldn't take anything for it, either.
Oh, I shall have to speak to her about that. She'll never get anywhere that way. By the way, I hope it was nothing serious with your daughter-in-law?
Oh, no, just another baby. Well, good night, Doc.
Good night, officer. Now, let me see. Number 1, 2, 4, 5. Here we are. And I wish I could think of one sound, sensible reason for being here. But as Vicky always says, when things don't add up, ad lib. Well, bless my romantic soul, a British door knocker. Exactly like the one on Vicky's flat in London. The lion and the unicorn fighting for the crown. Well, oh, how that takes me back to the first night when I was a love-smitten professor and had the consummate gall to hope that a star of the London theatre would look favorably on my intentions. Is your landlady usually this difficult to rouse?
Always. As a matter of fact, I don't think the poor soul has ever been awake since she was hit on the head at a coconut shy as a child.
Hit on the head at a what?
A coconut shy. They have them at all the fairs.
Oh.
A man sticks his head through a hole in the canvas and people pay to throw coconuts at him. But don't they have those in America?
Oh, yes, indeed. In fact, I doubt if there is any civilized country where commercial assault and battery is more advanced. I merely fail to recognize the name. In America, we call them African Dodgers.
African Dodgers?
Yes.
How odd. Coconut shy is the proper term, of course.
Oh, of course. And African Dodger is seldom used in America anymore. There's a highly commendable trend away from using social symbols as targets for violence. You see, my country is just emerging from its pioneer status, Victoria. It's growing up. But there are still some regrettable antagonisms. I think that your wise understanding of minority groups is one of the two things I admire most about England.
What's the other thing?
You, if I may say so.
Well, of course you may say so. I love to have you think well about us and about me. What do you suppose has happened to Mrs. Tolliver? Oh, knock again, please.
Well, don't you ever carry a key?
Oh, always. And I always leave it in my dressing room. I think I must have half a pound of them there by now. I'm a very skittery-minded girl, William. You'll learn that in time.
In time? You mean then that this won't be the last? I mean then I may see you and bring you home again sometime?
If American enterprise is up to it, and if you wouldn't think my typical British reserve was crumbling too fast, how about tomorrow night?
Vicky, my darling, I'm sorry. I had no right to say that.
Didn't you, my darling?
Oh, Vicky, you're giving me the loveliest evening of my whole life. If this door never opens, and I'm beginning to hope it doesn't, this doorstep will become more sacred to me than all the stones in Westminster Abbey. If Mrs. Bolivar never comes...
Tolliver.
Well, if Mrs. Tolliver never comes, Oh, hello, Mrs. Tolliver. How is your coconut? I mean your head. I hope we didn't wake you up. Miss Crumble and she forgot a key again.
I beg your pardon? Whom did you wish to see?
See? Why, we just... I'm sorry. I was thinking of something else. Are you Mrs. Reed?
Yes.
I am Dr. Hall of Ivy College. I'm sorry to intrude, Mrs. Reed, but may I have a few words with you?
Of course, Doctor. Please come in. Sit over there, Dr. Hall. I'm very glad to meet you. Professor Gerhart talks so much about you.
Oh, yes, Professor Gerhart, yes. I heard from a friend that he visited you quite frequently, and I was just passing by, so... I beg your pardon. You are Mrs. Reed?
Yes. I'm Mrs. Reed, Doctor.
I was expecting to see rather have you a daughter, Mrs. Reed?
Oh, no, Doctor. I have no daughter. And now, may I ask you a question?
Of course, please do.
Are you helping to take the census?
Oh, no, Mrs. Reed. No, I'm not.
Then may I ask the purpose of this visit?
Well, this is quite an intrusion, Mrs. Reed, but if I may impose on you, could you tell me if you expect Professor Gerhart tonight?
I'm afraid, Dr. Hall, that I... Oh, that's Professor Gerhart, Doctor, if you'll excuse me.
Oh, come in, Grandmother. Please come in. You're just in time to tell us goodbye. Christine and I were just leaving for the theater. Eh, Christine?
Yes, and Uncle Hans gave me a beautiful diamond necklace to wear, too. Look, Nana.
The crown jewels of a nation. Imagination. And after the theater, Christine and I... Is there something wrong, Grandmother?
Professor, a friend of yours is here.
A friend of mine? Surely there must be some mistake. None of my friends know... Dr. Hall. Well, this is a surprise.
And an intrusion, I fear.
Christine, may I present Dr. Hall? Dr. Hall... My very, very dear friend, Miss Leslie.
Good afternoon, Miss Leslie. You don't know how I've looked forward to meeting you.
Hi, Dr. Hall. Uncle Hans and I were just playing games, you know. I can't walk.
Well, in games, Christine, you don't have to walk. You can just be places.
That's what Uncle Hans always says, too. Last week we flew up to the moon, didn't we? I had a new hat to wear, and I had on some lipstick. Only Uncle Hans said I looked more like an Indian on the warpath. And tonight we're going to the theater. Not really, you know, just make-believe.
Yes, I know, Christine. I made believe I was at the theater tonight, only my last act was all wrong. It was about a man and his wife, and the wife thought her husband didn't love her anymore because he was away from home so much. She didn't realize that he's extremely sentimental and a little ashamed of it. And he loves children. And... Well, I don't want to give away the entire plot, so...
I think that I know the plot, Doctor. Is there a college president in it? One who is so fond of his friends that he permits his affections for them to make a sausage of himself on their behalf?
That's the one, yes. It's called Where Angels Fear to Tread, or William Redface Hall Rides Again. So, as long as you know the plot, Hans, I'd better be running along.
No, perhaps I'd better go too, Liebchen. If your grandmother... Where is Mrs. Reed?
I think she left, Hans. Minding her own business, no doubt, and setting a good example for a nosy college president.
Nonsense, Doctor. You were being most friendly. I like you for it. I should have explained this whole thing. But no, I had a reason. Christine, say goodnight to Dr. Hall. I'm taking him home. He's easily confused, and I don't want him to get lost going back. Good night, little one.
Good night, Uncle Hans. Come again soon. Good night, Dr. Hall.
Good night, Miss Leslie. May I come again?
Oh, sure. Can you play games?
Well, not as well as Uncle Hans, but I'm learning.
Why didn't the silly man tell his wife he was simply visiting this child?
He explained that to me coming home, Vicky. You know, the Gerharts are childless. He wants to adopt Christine. But he wanted to be sure first that she liked him. Then he was going to surprise his wife.
Maybe she wouldn't feel the same way about it.
Mrs. Gerhart? Oh, the one who was always picking up stray puppies, mending the wings of the sparrows, and otherwise making a sentimental angel of herself. No, I think we can trust Hans's judgment on that. Oh, Vicky, I am an impulsive, snooping Batinsky.
Oh, no, you're not. Well, you merely took dictation from your heart and couldn't read your own shorthand. Your intentions were absolutely right.
Yes, but my methods were wrong. Instead of dashing out of here all prepared to brand some brazen woman as a marital interloper, I should have gone direct to Hans.
Well, then he'd have called you an outrageous busybody and thrown you out, and you wouldn't have solved a thing.
Well, I haven't solved anything anyway. Well, maybe I did help bring matters to a head. Mrs. Gerhart might have taken some regrettable action.
Of course. You just go on being impulsive, Toddy. Reason and logic, they're beautiful things, I know. But anyone with impulses as nice as yours can't go far wrong.
Oh, Vicky, my sweet, you are a comfort. But I am somewhat inclined to hasty action for causes which I think are right. And when I saw that child tonight, with her little twisted body and her bright and eager face, I thanked whatever gods may be that I am hasty. To meet so much gaiety and courage in so small a package was well worth any idiocy on my part. Now, where did I put that jackknife?
Jackknife? That's about as fast a switch as I've ever heard.
Not at all, my dear. No one can play mumbly peg without a jackknife.
But I never heard of mumbly peg. What is it?
One of our great national games. I haven't played it since I was a very small boy. Now sit down on the floor, Vicky.
I will not.
Look, I promised a certain young lady I would learn some games, and you can't play mumbly peg standing up. Now sit down.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
And here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
Ladies and gentlemen, the little girl in our story is only one of the many crippled children who are condemned to walk and play only in their imaginations. But there is an organization dedicated to commuting the life sentences of these children, yes, and grown-ups too. The National Society for Crippled Children and Adults.
Through its Easter Seal campaign, now underway, it is acting as your agent in doing what it can to restore these children to normal life and activity. Buy Easter Seals and contribute to this cause as generously as you can. Send a check or money order to Crippled Children, Box 5050, Chicago, Illinois.
It's an easy number to remember. 5050, Chicago, Illinois. Thank you and good night.
Good night, everybody.
We'll be seeing you next week at this time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. The other players were Hans Conried, Dick LeGrand, Florence Walcott, and Ann Whitfield. Tonight's script was written by Don Quinn and Walter Brown Newman. Our music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. The Halls of Ivy was created by Don Quinn, directed by Nat Wolf, and presented by the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Ken Carpenter speaking.
Oh, we love
Next, it's We the People over most of these NBC stations.
Gentlemen, Dennis Day.
Oh, that makes life seem worthwhile dwells in your eyes, and the spell of your smile.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Luster Cream, the cream shampoo for true hair loveliness. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benadera, Dink Trout, John Brown, Charles Dant in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis singing, Who Put That Gleam in Your Eye?
Who put that dream in your eye? And who put that song in your side? Who makes you thrill through and through? Who is that lucky guy I wish I knew? Please tell me who put that spring in your walk, and who put that lilt in your talk. Your kiss could put me wise and make me realize that I put that dream in your eyes.
Famous beauty authority Kay Dumas now sends you the winning secret of true hair loveliness. Your hair can be your most captivating charm with one touch of magic, Luster Cream Shampoo. Yes, whether your hair is honey blonde or raven black, sunny brown or fiery red, it's your natural hair appeal that men love. And more women of all ages are discovering that Luster Cream Shampoo brings out the fullest natural glory of their hair. Not a soap, not a liquid. Luster Cream Shampoo is an amazing new dainty cream that whips up luxurious lather like magic in hard or soft water, sweeps dullness away, and in its place leaves hair heavenly soft, shining, obedient. Out of her wealth of cosmetic lore, Kay Dumas blended lanolin with special secret ingredients to achieve this almost magic new cream that offers your hair a stunning new sheen and finish. Try that economical dollar jar of Luster Cream Shampoo now at all cosmetic counters. Also 30-cent and 55-cent sizes. Thrill to all those admiring looks coming your way when you begin using Luster Cream, the cream shampoo for true hair loveliness. Well, as you know, our young hero, Dennis Day, has been working at the Willoughby store in Weaverville for the past year and a half. Of course, his job isn't a very good one. The hours are long, the work is hard, and about the only thing you can say for it is that Mr. Willoughby doesn't pay him what he's worth, which is a break for Dennis. But evidently, the flame of ambition burns brighter in our hero than we had guessed, for it seems that Dennis... Well, let's look in at the Anderson living room where he's been telling his girlfriend Mildred some rather startling news.
Oh, Dennis, it's just marvelous. Another job in your spare time.
Yeah.
But how did you happen to pick the insurance business to go into?
Well, it's the best business there is. I figured it out. More people do it than anything.
Do what?
Die.
Well, that's true. But do you know anything about insurance?
Oh, I've been studying it for weeks. Believe me, I've been using my brain.
Well, why didn't you tell me about it before?
Oh, I didn't want to worry you.
Oh, I see.
Gosh, I sure hope I can make a success of this. If I do, I'll feel free to speak to your mother.
Why, darling, you mean about me?
About anything, I'll just feel free to speak to her.
Oh. Well, you'll make a success of it, Dennis. I know you will.
Sure, why not? I'm getting to know people here now, and they're getting to know me, too, and... Say, that may be why not.
Dennis, you're not losing your self-confidence again, are you?
When you're me, it's no trick at all.
Well, you've got to change, then. And now, what have you done about getting prospects to sell insurance, too?
Well, I've left little pamphlets around here and at the store.
Pamphlets?
Yeah, the firm puts them out. People read them and start thinking about insurance, and then I come along and... Oh, good morning, Mr. Anderson.
Good morning, my son. Mildred, my dear.
Good morning, Daddy. You sleep well?
No, I didn't close my eyes all night. Look at these folders someone left on my dresser last night.
Oh, those?
Yes. Just listen to these titles. You may be a heavy burden to 6 men in dark suits, but why be one to your family?
Well, you see, Mr. Anderson...
And this one. When you're ready to go, will the going be good?
Makes you stop and think, doesn't it?
Yes, but hardly the kind of thoughts I like to dwell on.
Well, I'm afraid I'm responsible for those folders, Mr. Anderson. You see, I've gone into the insurance business in my spare time.
Oh, so that's it. Well, lots of luck, my boy. But you'll need more than just a few folders to sell insurance.
Oh, Dennis has the marvelous sales talk all worked out, Daddy.
Yeah, a really subtle one. All I need is a little practice and I'm all set to go.
Well, suppose you practice on me, son. Now, we'll pretend that I'm a prospect and you're trying to sell me some insurance, okay?
Oh, you bet. Well. Good morning, sir. How are you feeling this lovely morning?
Fine, thank you.
Really? You look horrible.
What?
If you last 2 more months, I'm the king of Siam.
Dennis, is that what you call subtle? You have to make some conversation first. Pass the time of day with the man.
Oh, I see.
Now, let's try it again. How do you do, young man?
How do you do, sir? Well, here it is, 9 o'clock in the morning.
It is?
Yep. Wonder how many people died last night.
Oh, no, Dennis.
No?
Certainly not. You can't talk about things like that.
Well, I got to introduce the subject, don't I? I got to let him know that if he passes away tonight, his widow should be happy as a lark tomorrow.
Son, I wish you all the luck in the world in your new business, and I doubt it from the bottom of my heart. And now, if you'll excuse me, I have my housework to do. Good day, kid.
Gosh, I didn't make any headway with even pretending. And I thought he might really buy some insurance from me, too.
Dennis, you know Daddy couldn't buy anything even if he wanted to. Why, as soon as he gets his money every week, Mother's got it.
Gee, you mean she goes through his... Now I'm being silly. She's got them on.
Of course. If you want to sell any insurance in this family, my mother's your only prospect.
Well, there goes this family.
Well, not necessarily. Suppose you flattered her a little. She's very susceptible to it, you know.
I should flatter her?
Sure. Spread it on thick about her beauty and charm. It's worth a try, isn't it?
Well, gee,
Dennis,
Mildred,
your only chance is to soften her up.
Gee, do you think softening up will be enough? In my case, she'd have to be absolutely tenderized.
I'm sure you'll think of it.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning, Mother. Dennis.
Mrs. Anderson, don't move. Just stand there and let me drink you in.
What did you say?
What glorious radiance. You're a vision of loveliness from the top of your dainty brown head to the bottom of your big, strong white feet.
Dennis,
you great, big, gorgeous hunk of dreamboat, you...
Why, Dennis, you really think I'm attractive? Oh, Dennis, you darling. Still, I've often thought I should be painted and perhaps photographed. Do you agree?
Oh, yes, ma'am. You'd photograph fine if you were painted.
What?
Oh, Oh, that didn't come out right. What I meant was... You were just made to be photographed. Why, you belong on the screen. The most beautiful mother in the movies.
Oh, well, that's different. The Irene Dunn type, huh?
Exactly. You'd be just perfect as her mother.
Oh, I would I?
Mother, Dennis didn't mean that the way it sounded.
I say he did. And I'll thank him to drop dead at his earliest convenience.
Oh, Dennis.
Yeah, I know. Gene, I was going great till I got going.
Well, that leaves you only one prospect, Mr. Willoughby. You'll just have to go down to the store and get him in a good mood. Now, let's see. What makes him happiest?
For me not to go down to the store.
Well, you are going down, and I'm going to help you.
Yeah?
Look, I went to school with a boy named Austin Peterson. We used to call him Stinky, and he's now selling insurance.
So?
Well, suppose he called on you at the store, and you pretended to buy insurance from him in front of Mr. Willoughby.
Just pretended?
Well, naturally. But Mr. Willoughby would be so impressed by an underpaid person like you buying it that he'd be right for some himself.
Say, for once I think one of your ideas is going to work.
Of course. But before Austin gets there, you've got to butter up Mr. Willoughby the same way you did Mother.
Uh-huh.
Only for heaven's sakes, this time don't go as far.
Oh, okay. I'll forget that stuff about him making a beautiful screen mother.
Gee, you really think I can sell this Dennis Day some insurance, Uncle Homer?
Just as sure as your name is Richard Willoughby, my boy. He's been leaving insurance folders all over the store, so I know he's interested.
Gosh, I don't know. Nothing ever happened with any of my other prospects.
All your other prospects got away because they outsmarted you. This time you're evenly matched.
Gee, imagine.
Yes, I know. It's hard to. What's more, I'm going to help you. I'm going to flatter the lad for you so he's in a mood to buy.
Flatter him?
Well, sure. That's the way. Oh, here he comes. Quick, duck out of sight for a couple of minutes.
Okay.
Dennis, my dear, dear son, good morning.
Mr. Willoughby, don't move. Just stand there and let me drink you in.
Say, Dennis, you're the grandest, loveliest boy I've ever known.
And you're the finest, sweetest man, Mr. Willoughby. I don't know anyone I'd rather mop a floor for.
Dennis, I don't know anyone I'd rather have mop it.
You've given me a magnificent floor to work on, Mr. Willoughby.
Knees like yours deserve the best, Dennis.
You're good, Mr. Willoughby.
You're fine.
You're considerate.
You're loyal.
You're sweet.
You're sincere.
You're pure.
You're
wholesome. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to wait for my turn.
That's quite all right. I'd forgive you anything, Dennis.
And I love you, Mr. Willoughby.
Pardon me. Mr. Day?
Yes?
How do you do? I happen to be an insurance man, and I...
Oh, the fellow... how are you, Stinky?
Beg pardon?
I said, how are you, Stinky?
Well, I guess the customer's always right. Fine, thanks.
Good. What can I do for you, old man? Oh, stick around, Mr. Willoughby.
Well, I was wondering if you'd be interested in a life insurance policy.
Sure, I'll take it.
It's a wonder... Huh?
Sign me up for $1,000. You talked me into it.
What did I say? I'd like to remember it.
It wasn't so much what you said, it was the way I listened.
Oh, thank you very much, sir. And goodbye.
Oh, just a minute. I understand your firm also carries accident insurance.
Yes, sir.
Well, suppose I got laid up because of an accident and lost 2 weeks' pay.
Gee, that's right.
And what about the doctor's bills I'd be running up?
Yeah.
And who's going to pay my room rent while I'm in bed?
Yeah.
Accident insurance is great. I think I ought to take some.
Really?
I'd be a fool not to if what you say is true.
Gee. You're a real high-pressure customer.
Now, Stinky, are there any types of insurance you've forgotten?
Oh, I imagine there must be some I haven't mentioned.
Put me down for $100 worth of each.
If I'd known it was going to be like this, I'd have sold tickets.
Gosh, I certainly do thank you, Mr. Day. Would you mind signing right here?
Oh, not at all, Sonny. There you are.
Gee, you sure were right about Mr. Day, Uncle Homer. His premiums will come to at least $100.
Oh, sure. I'm a great believer in Uncle Homer?
Why, yes. Richard here is my nephew.
You mean he isn't Stinky?
Well, that, of course, is open to debate.
But I mean, Mildred Anderson didn't send him down here?
Mildred Anderson? Who's Mildred Anderson?
Oh, she's the girl who perfected the revolting development.
Dennis, will you stop carrying on? So it isn't my fault Austin Peterson was out of town.
Well, what are we going to do, Mildred? I'm stuck for $100 worth of insurance premiums.
Golly, if you could only sell Mother insurance for the whole family, you could earn that much in commissions. Dennis, we've got to think.
Oh, what's the use, Mildred? I'd be better off if I'd just give up and go out and throw myself under a truck.
Why, Dennis, that's it!
Just to sell some insurance, you would let my lovely white body be mangled?
I don't mean a real accident, silly. We'll just pretend there's been one. When Mother sees you all bandaged up, she'll realize it could have happened to her, and she'll buy some insurance.
Oh, well, if you think she won't suspect...
Of course she won't. And even if she does catch on, we'll just work the fake injury trick on someone else.
Don't be silly. If she catches on, the injuries won't be a fake. Oh, well, get out the bandages.
That does it. You look perfect, Dennis.
Don't you think we've overdone it a little? Shouldn't there be a little hole I could talk out of?
Oh. Well, here, I'll push some of it aside. There.
Oh, Mildred.
Oh, golly, we just got through in time. There she is.
Oh.
In here, Mother. Quick, lie down on the couch, Dennis.
Mildred, I just wanted to... Good heavens, who's that?
Oh, Mother. Mother, it's Dennis. He's been hurt.
Hurt? Badly? Oh, Dennis. Speak to me. How did it happen?
I was crossing a street when suddenly a 20-ton truck came bearing down on me at 80 miles an hour and hit me head on.
What?
Yes, ma'am. My face is all scratched.
Your face is scratched?
Oh, it's much worse than that, Mother. He's delirious. He doesn't know what he's saying.
Oh, my. Is the pain dreadful, Dennis?
Terrible. And no insurance at all.
Oh, dear, to be seriously injured in a strange town so far from your home.
Yeah, with no insurance.
How much you must wish that you had your mother here at a time like this.
I'll say, and a few dollars worth of insurance.
You see, Mother, he has no insurance.
Yes, I was beginning to suspect it.
Yeah, Mrs. Anderson, and you ought to buy some right away. A thing like this could happen to someone you care about.
Well... Mildred, do you realize that when that boy is delirious, he makes sense? I'm going to buy all the insurance I can as fast... Now, who can that be? I'll answer it. Yes?
How do you do? Is Mr. Day in? I brought over the insurance policies he bought this morning.
Insurance policies?
Mildred, I feel a cold wind blowing on me.
Dennis! This gentleman dropped in to bring you your insurance policies.
Gosh, Mr. Day, is that you? And you're injured. Oh, that's awful. The company gives us demerits when they have to pay off so soon.
No, I'm not really injured, Richard. Your company won't have to pay me.
I wouldn't count on it, Richard.
Huh?
Dennis, this time you've gone too far. This time I'm Dennis Day, come back here and fight like a man.
Dennis, it's safe. You can come out now. She's left the house.
Well, goodbye, Mildred. It was nice knowing you.
Dennis, wait. All we've got to do is think this thing out.
That's what I'm going to do, Mildred. Sit down in China somewhere and think it out. Goodbye.
Listen, Dennis, I've got another idea.
Mildred, I'm not a strong boy. Let's quit while I'm alive, huh?
But all you have to do is go down to the office of the insurance company you bought the policies from.
And just tell them I don't want the policies?
No, tell them you want a dozen more.
Girl, I knew it would happen. You've blown your whistle.
Dennis, wait. When you ask for more insurance, they'll wonder why.
They won't be alone.
Well, Suppose you convinced them that you'd had reversals and were about to commit suicide. Wouldn't they cancel all the policies you bought this morning?
Well, it's possible, I suppose.
Possible nothing. It's a certainty. I'll go with you and wait for you. Surely you can make them believe you're desperate enough for suicide, can't you?
Why not? All I got to do is be myself.
Now, have you got everything straight? Exactly what you're to say?
Yeah, I think so. I've even got a little idea of my own I might try, too.
Oh, Dennis, and up to now I was so confident.
Well, don't worry. I may not have to use it.
But what if...
Shh, the fellow might hear you. Well, here I go.
How do you do, sir?
Hello. I'm Dennis Day, the fellow who bought those policies from your company yesterday.
Oh, yes, sir. And what can we do for you today?
Well, I'd like another $100,000 worth of life insurance.
$100,000 worth?
Pretty suspicious, huh?
Why, not at all. Just a moment till I locate my rate book.
Oh, no hurry. I got no place to go. My house burned down yesterday.
Really? Let's see now.
Too bad, too. I think my wife was in it. I haven't seen her all day.
This is the annuity book.
Yeah, that's the way it's been going lately. Yesterday, little Eloise got to playing with my razor. Darned if she didn't cut her dear little face.
Oh?
Clear off. Little things, but they add up. Make a fella pretty unhappy.
I know that book is here someplace.
Oh, take your time. I'll be alive for minutes yet.
Ah, here we are. And now let's see. Your age is 22, I believe.
Yeah, the oldest anyone in my family ever lived to be.
How's that?
My grandfather killed himself when he was 17. I knew him only slightly, of course.
What?
Yeah. Uncle George went young, too. Hung himself from the ceiling one evening with his head in the gas oven. Yeah, then he stabbed himself in the heart, put a bullet through his brain. When we found him, he was a pretty sick boy.
Your whole family were suicides?
Starting to wake up, huh?
But surely you're not that sort of a person.
Oh, no? Well, see this?
A gun. Mr. Day, put that down.
I'm going to blow out my brains right after you give me that $100,000 policy.
After? Mr. Day, that isn't ethical.
But I can't leave my little ones with just these small policies I bought yesterday.
Here, give me those policies.
Hey!
There. My goodness, if you're not going to live, we don't want you holding our policies. The Home Office hates that.
Well, thanks, old man. So long.
Dennis, that gun! What are you doing with it?
Oh, that was a little idea I had, Mildred. The convincer. I put it to my head and started to press the trigger. Then he believed me.
But, Dennis,
Oh, don't worry. It's only your father's old trophy pistol. But he didn't know it wasn't loaded and couldn't fire even if it was. See? Even if I pulled the trigger all day like this, it wouldn't.
Dennis!
Ooh, what I nearly blew out.
Dennis Day will be back in just a moment with a song. But first, here's a fact worth knowing. Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. And that's important, as our Colgate players now demonstrate. Our curtain goes up on a scene in a room of a college dormitory, where we find a college boy with trouble.
Gosh, this is some letter I got from Gracie today. All she says is no, no, no.
Well, maybe the gal means no, Shorty.
Well, then how come all the love stuff she used to write? Decode that for me, hotshot.
Okay. The way I figured, Gracie's signaling you to see your dentist.
And here's what Shorty found out. Scientific tests prove that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And Colgate's safe polishing agent brings out the natural sparkle of your teeth, cleans them thoroughly and safely.
Yes, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
And Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over other brands tested.
So to clean your teeth thoroughly and safely, for a wake-up flavor everyone enjoys, use Colgate Dental Cream. Remember, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. With Charles Dant and the orchestra, here's Dennis singing Cole Porter's Begin the Begin.
When they begin the begin, it rings like the sound of music so tender. It brings back a night of tropical splendor. It brings back a memory evergreen. I'm with you once more under the stars, and down by the shore an orchestra's playing, and even the pond seemed to be swaying when they begin to live it again is past all endeavor, except when that tune clutches my heart, and there we are, swearing to love forever, and promising never, never to part. What moments divine, what rapture serene, till cloud came along to disperse the joys we had tasted. And now when I hear people curse the chance that was wasted, I know but too well what they mean. So don't let them begin the begin. Let the love that was once a fire remain an ember. Let it sleep like the dead desire I only remember. When they begin the begin. Oh, yes, let them begin the begin. Make them play till the stars that were there before return above you. Till you whisper to me once more, darling, I love you. And we suddenly know what heaven we're in when they begin the begin. When they begin the begin.
Friends, this winter the people of Europe face widespread starvation. And this situation concerns every American, not only for humanitarian reasons, but to protect our own freedom. For if hunger brings on a collapse of the effort to build free governments abroad, our own security will be seriously threatened. So we can help protect the peace we fought so hard to win by sending Europe enough food now. But to do this, every American must cooperate with our government, and here's how. 1, eat no meat on Tuesday. 2, eat no poultry on Thursday. 3, save a slice of bread every day. 4, waste nothing. Clean your plate at every meal. Remember, your help is urgently needed. Save wheat, save meat, save the peace. Good night, everybody, and a special good night to all my old Navy shipmates who celebrate Navy Day this coming Monday.
Remember, doctors prove the Palmolive plan brings 2 out of 3 women lovelier complexions in 14 days. And this beauty plan with Palmolive soap was tested on women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, even skin that was not clear. Yes, 36 doctors proved the 14-day Palmolive plan improves all types of skin, brings fresher, brighter, younger-looking complexions. So get Palmolive soap and start your 14-day Palmolive plan now. This is Vern Smith reminding you that an interesting story of Dennis Day is appearing in the current issue of Movie Star Parade, now on sale.
Dennis Day returns again next week, same time, same station. Join us then, won't you? Good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle presents the Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, Earl Ross, the sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and Mel Blanc, the creator of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Good evening, folks.
Well, it's Saturday afternoon in Mel Blanc's little town, and Mel and his girl Betty, like most romantic young couples, are enjoying the movie matinee at the Bijou. Now the show is over, and in some dark spot of the theater, we hear Mary Jones saying to her boyfriend,
"We have to go now, Frank. Take your arm away."
And in the back row, we hear Susan Arnold saying to her boyfriend,
"All right, Henry. The lights are up. Wipe that lipstick off your face."
And in another dimly lit corner of the theater, where Mel has been sitting with Betty, we hear Betty saying,
"Oh, Mel, the picture's over. Wake up."
So now we find Betty and Mel, having left the theater, walking homeward, and Mel, still under the influence of what he has just seen, is enacting a portion of the picture.
"I want you, Ingrid. I'm going to take you in my arms and hug you and squeeze you and crush you tighter and tighter, tighter."
Mel, get away from that lamppost.
Gosh, if only I were an actor. The salaries those guys make. Clark Gable, Robert Taylor, Gary Cooper. I'll bet some of them make as high as $50, $60 a week.
Darling, they make at least $1,000 a week.
$1,000 a week? Oh, Betty, if I made that much, we could live like kings. Eat the best. Every night, chow mein.
Don't be silly.
Oh, you think I can't be an actor, huh? Look at that picture we just saw, Cloak and Dagger.
Oh, wasn't Gary Cooper wonderful?
Gary Cooper, Gary Cooper, Gary Cooper. I'll bet if his name was Sam Cooper, you wouldn't be so excited. What does Gary Cooper do, anyway? The girl says to him, "Gary, do you love me? Will you take me away with you? Will you marry me?" And Gary just stands there and says, "Yep." Then the minister says, "Do you take this woman to be your lawful wedded wife?" And Gary says, "Yep." What a life. $25,000 a yep.
Oh, Mel, now stop showing off and stop dreaming about being an actor.
Well, an actor makes a lot of money. And I'll bet your father would have more respect for me if I had a lot of money.
But that's where you're wrong, darling. Just be yourself. Let Father respect you for your...
You see, I gotta have money.
Oh, no, Mel. No, you're all wrong. I know Father's beginning to like you, especially since you voted him into your lodge. In fact, he may even announce our engagement tonight.
Oh, Betty, what a feeling.
Isn't it wonderful, Mel?
Yeah. Like the time we had a strawberry soda and drank it with 2 straws.
Yeah.
And then we got reckless and threw 1 straw away. Well, here we are, Betty.
Yeah, here we are.
Gosh, it was a nice afternoon.
Yeah, sure was.
Well, thanks for walking me home, Betty.
Come on, Mel.
So long. Gosh, I think I missed my chance. When she puckered up her lips, I bet I could have kissed her. Gosh, Betty sure is nice. I can just see Betty and me married, sharing this fix-it shop. How happy we'll be. Mr. and Mrs. Mel Blanc. Then in a year or two, we'll have some little Blancs. A little boy Blanc and a little girl Blankhead.
Hello, Mel.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Adams. What can I do for you?
Mel, I came over to ask you for a special favor. Will you mind my baby?
You mean little Julius here? Oh, gosh, Mrs. Adams, this is a fix-it shop. If there's something wrong with the baby, I'll gladly fix him.
Oh, Mel.
Oh, but I never took care of a baby before. Well, look. What if, suppose...
You mean he,
Yeah.
Well, that's what these are for.
Oh, fine. That's what I'll need. Bibs.
I'll be back in a few hours, Mel. Don't let anything happen to little Julius.
I won't. Oh, look, he likes me. He's opening his mouth.
Oh, he's putting his little hands around your neck.
Oh, tell him to stop squeezing.
Oh, Mel, he's only a year old.
That kid's a killer.
Well, I've got to go now. Take good care of Julius. Goodbye.
Oh, goodbye, Mrs. Adams. Gee, what a cute little baby. I love babies. They're almost human. Although this one looks a little silly. Oh, gee, he must have heard me. Oh, the baby's lonesome for company. Maybe he wants to talk to another baby. Here. Hold the monkey wrench in your hand. That's what you get for being nice to babies. Well, Julius, I have to put you down back here. Here comes Mr. Cushing, my lodge president.
Hello, Mel. Ugga-ugga-boo,
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo-ugga. I hope you don't mind me saying so, mighty potentate, but you look a little unhappy.
Well, I'm having a little domestic trouble, Mel.
The maid?
No, the maid's all right. I can't stand my wife. You know, I'd leave her in a minute. I'd leave her in a minute if she didn't have all that money. I don't know why I'm standing here telling you all this. It's just that I've got no one to talk to.
Well, I think Betty and I are going to hit it off very well together, Mr. Cushing.
Mel, Betty's a fine girl. But I can only say what I say to every couple about to be married. Stop!
Oh, but Mr. Cushing, not my Betty.
Well, go ahead, Mel, but you'll learn that before marriage, everything's wonderful. You're happy. You're in clover.
And after the marriage?
Poison ivy. Well, Mel, I've got to be on my way now. Of course, you'll be at the lodge meeting tonight, won't you?
Oh, gosh, mighty potentate, I can't make it.
What? Every loyal zebra should be there, and especially you, inasmuch as it was your vote that got Mr. Colby into the lodge, and we're initiating him tonight.
But, Mr. Cushing, I can't go. I promised to mind Mrs. Adams' baby.
I don't care if you promised to mind Mrs. Adams. Now, you'll be there. Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo-ugga.
Ugga-ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo-ugga. But I still don't think I can be there.
No, you better be there if you know which side your ugga is buttered on.
Oh, this is terrible. I'm supposed to go to the lodge. I'm going to mind Julius. Mr. Colby's going to announce my engagement. I wonder what Gary Cooper would say in a spot like this. I know. Yep.
Use Colgate tooth powder. Keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
A breath of trouble, I've been told, can make a love affair grow cold. So don't let any breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, spoil your chance of romance. You'll be wise to do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Now, Victor Miller and the Sportsman doing I Feel a Song Coming On.
I feel a song coming on, and I'm warning you, it's a victorious, happy and glorious new strain. Oh, I feel a song coming on. It's a melody full of the laughter of children out after the rain. You'll hear a tuneful story ringing through ya, love and glory, hallelujah, and now that my troubles are gone, let those heavenly drums go on drumming, 'cause I feel a song coming on.
Well, Mel is still looking for someone to mind the baby so he can attend the initiation of his future father-in-law, Mr. Colby, at the lodge meeting tonight. Right now, he's exhausted his list of friends. We find him working on Betty's kid brother, Tommy.
But listen, Tommy, you're my friend, aren't you?
Look, Mel, when you mention friendship, you touch me deeply. When you mention old time's sake, you touch me deeply. Now, do you really want to touch me deeply?
Yeah.
Mention money.
That's a fine way to talk to your future brother-in-law.
Huh? You call that a future? Hey, Mel, look, here comes your helper, Zuki. Why don't you get him to mind the baby?
Hi, Mel. Zuki, I've been looking for you all day long. Where have you been?
Well, I was here
Never mind. Just stay here and take care of Mrs. Adams' baby. I'm going down to the lodge meeting. Come on, Tommy. So long, Zuki.
What happened? Oh, gosh, it's Julie, a baby. Oh, he's sleepy. I'll sing him a lullaby. Rock-a-bye baby on the street. Rock-a-bye baby on the street. I better get down off this tree. Ah, what a nice baby. Go. Thanks. Gee, I like babies. They touch a soft spot in my... Hello, Mr. Colby.
Hello, Zuki. Where's Mel?
Oh, he went to the lodge meeting a long time ago.
He did? Well, that's odd. I stopped at Doc Brown's house, and he'd left, too. That's funny they left without me. I wonder why.
Well, if you want to ask my opinion, Mr. Colby...
Yes?
I haven't got any.
Well, frankly, I'm a bit hurt. I was going to tell Mel that he, perhaps could announce his engagement to Betty. And he didn't even wait for me.
Well, excuse me, Mr. Colby. I got to get back to the baby.
Yes, I was going to announce the engagement. Baby?
Yeah, I love babies. Especially when they're 1 3 when they're 5 17 years old.
Zuki, whose baby is that?
Well, you see, Mel...
Mel's baby? Mel's been two-timing Betty.
Mr. Colby, don't get upset.
No wonder he didn't wait for me to go to the meeting. Yes, he was afraid to face me.
You got Mel all
I'm going down there. I'm going down there and break every bone in his body.
But... Oh, poor Mel.
When Colby gets a hold of him, he'll tear him to pieces. He'll rip him up. He'll break every bone in his body. Is there a doctor in the house?
I now call this meeting to order in the name of the benevolent order of liar zebras. The members will now rise and give the password.
Boo!
Brother Blank, we have finished saying the password.
Oh, I'm not saying the password. Brother Miller has the hiccups, and I'm trying to scare it out of him.
I see. And now Brother Ross will read the minutes of the last meeting.
Because the lodge hall was closed for repairs, the last meeting was held in the back of Brother Murphy's Bar and Grill. First time in 3 years everyone attended. Brother Colby was voted in, and in celebration of the event, Brother Murphy brought in a round of beers. We quickly dispensed with old business. Brother Blank made a resolution to take $100 out of the treasury for the community chest. Resolution was passed. Brother Murphy brought in another round of beer. At this point, mighty potentate Cushing made a resolution to dispose of his wife. It was passed unanimously. And Brother Murphy brought in another round of beer. Brother Miller fell out of the window. A resolution was passed to petition Congress to make Murphy's Bar and Grill a national shrine. Brother Murphy fell out of the window. Another round of beers was passed. The neighbors complained, and the meeting was adjourned.
Thank you, Brother Ross. And now, members, as you know, Brother Colby will be initiated tonight. That's why he was invited late. We will give him the husband and wife initiation, which we used on Doc Brown. Brother Blank, we call upon you to initiate Mr. Colby.
Me? Oh, I can't do it. Mr. Colby is just about to announce my engagement to his daughter. And if I give him the husband and wife initiation, he's liable to call the whole thing off.
Oh, Brother Blank, you've always bragged about being an actor. This is your chance.
Well, yeah. Say, that's a good idea. And besides, he's made my life plenty miserable. This is my chance to get even with him.
He's coming up the steps, and he's raving mad.
Uh-oh, give me that wig and that dress. I'm really going to give it to him.
Now, everybody out. Dim the lights. Go out there and make it good, Mel.
Okay.
Mel Blanc when I get my hands on... Oh, gosh, it's dark in here. Well, what's happening? Where is everybody? There's nobody here.
Nobody but little old me and big fat you.
Well, there's supposed to be a meeting of the zebras here. And...
Well, if you're looking for a zebra, you don't want me. I'll just run along.
Oh, no. No, don't do that. Stay a while. What's your name?
Lulabelle Feigenstein Holt.
Lulabelle, what a beautiful name.
Y'all can call me Miss Feigenstein Holt. Golly, I just get goosebumpy all over being all alone with a big, handsome man like you.
Did you say handsome?
That's what I said. I said handsome. Handsome, that is. You northern boys are so strong. Do y'all mind if I feel your muscles? My, you got real Yankee muscles. Way up north. All around your head. Mind if I call you Musclehead?
A girl like you can call me anything.
Oh, I'll bet if you ever took me in your arms, you could crush me to a pulp.
Lulabelle, if I ever took you all in my arms, I wouldn't waste time of crushing you.
No? What would you do?
I'd kiss you.
Oh! Well, you can kiss me if you catch me.
Well, here I go. Oh!
There you went.
Lulabelle, you tripped me.
Oh, no, I didn't. I kicked you.
Now, come here, Lulabelle. I was just trying to show you some northern hospitality.
Well, you ain't going to get any southern comfort from me. Oh, well, pardon me. I gotta leave the room a moment. You wait right here.
Here, Mel, change into these clothes, quick. You're terrific. When Colby tried to kiss you, we thought we'd die.
Yeah, it made me sick, too.
Okay, go on in now. Here's the shotgun.
Yeah.
Is that you, Lula Bell? Well, come in.
Aha! You thought you'd get away, you all, huh? What? You've been a trifling with the affections of my wife, Lula Bell Fargenspan Holes. Your wife? Oh, what a ghastly mistake. How dare you call my wife a ghastly mistake? I'm going to take this gun and blow your brains out. Please, Mr. Wagenspan Olsen. Don't shoot me. I'm a good citizen. I work hard. I support a family. I pay my taxes. And when election time comes around, I go to the polls and vote. Oh, a Republican. That's the last straw. I'm going to fill you so full of holes, you're going to look like cream cheese. Don't you mean Swiss cheese? No, I changed my mind. I'm going to beat you to a pulp. So if you have anything further to say...
What do you mean I can't come in? I'm coming in anyway. Where's Mel Blanc? Zuki, I don't see Mel Blanc anywhere.
Oh, that's him over there, Mrs. Adams, with a gun in his hand.
What? You're Mel Blanc? Why, I'll tear you limb from limb.
Now, don't get excited, Musclehead. I mean, Mr. Colby.
I have never been so humiliated in... Hey, what is this? What's going on around
We
here?
just initiated you, Brother Colby, and you passed with flying colors.
Well, anyway, Mel Blanc, I've got my own score to settle with you. You, the father of this child. Why, I'll annihilate you.
What? Mel, the father of this child? Julius, did you hear what that man said?
There you see, Mr. Colby?
Well, Mel, my boy, I'm sorry. Oh, I see. It's just been a big joke, that's all, huh?
Well, maybe it's funny to you, but Mel Blanc, you left my child with Zuki all night, and now look what happened.
What?
Listen to Julius.
Mel Blanc will be back in just a minute.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
A breath of trouble, unpleasing breath, can lose you friends and alienate people. So ask yourself if you could have this social handicap. Best thing to do is to guard against it. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate tooth powder. Remember to buy it first thing. And remember the name Colgate tooth powder with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
And this is Mel Blanc saying, thanks for listening. Good night, and
that's all, folks.
This is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
Broadcasting System.
Texaco Time with Fred Allen. Texaco dealers from coast to coast present the Texaco Star Theater, starring Fred Allen, with third guest Ed Gardner, the popular Archie, man about Duffy's, Cortland Hoffa, Falstaff Openshaw, the Texaco Workshop Players, Harlow Jack and the Dame, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. This is Jimmy Wallington reminding you that there may be more miles left in your car than you realize. Countless cars have served more than 100,000 miles with proper care and lubrication, and the chances are yours can do as well when you take it to your Texaco dealer for systematic Texaco lubrication and a regular Texaco stem-to-stern checkup. The first rule in making your car last is seeing your Texaco dealer regularly. This week, ladies and gentlemen, the OPA designated Spur Stamp 2 a special point stamp with a value of 5 points. We ask you now to mail in your 5 points for the hand you are going to get on this program tonight. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Jimmy, you're not kidding about the ham surplus. I read that in Chicago last week the packing plants turned out over 2 million yards of pork.
Oh, no. You mean pounds of pork, don't you, Fred?
No, yards of pork, Jimmy.
What is a yard of pork?
3 pigs' feet. We're starting off like Can't You Top This? You can't help topping this. You know, the paper said that Chicago was full of pigs. Razorback hogs were stropping themselves against leather stores in the street. Kiddies were cutting holes in little hogs and making homemade piggy banks out there. Over 200,000 pigs were killed, Jimmy, and not one part of any pig will be wasted.
How do you mean?
Well, the inside of the pig is used for food, of course. Mm-hmm. The hide is used for luggage.
Yeah.
The bristles are used for brushes.
Yeah.
The pig's eye will be used.
The pig's eye?
The pig's eye will be used in conversation, of course. Nothing will be wasted.
Well, what about the squeal?
The squeal? If he runs for a 4th term, the Republicans will use the squeal. You know, when you
Alice!
Well, Portland. Well, Portland, what's new with you?
I heard Mayor LaGuardia's broadcast today.
Oh, did you? It makes a lively afternoon, doesn't it? I heard that last Sunday the mayor said eggs should be cheaper.
Well, I heard he went over to the poultry show and gave the poets a pep talk.
That's right. The mayor said New York will have cheaper houses if he has to build them, cheaper coal if he has to mine it, and cheaper eggs if he has to lay them. He was over yesterday getting a fitting for a nest, I hear. The mayor is very popular now.
I know. It's his big hat.
His big hat?
Mm-hmm. People think he's in the show Oklahoma and can get them tickets.
Oh. Well, now, if we only had a joke, we could sort of finish this routine. Do you know a joke offhand?
Did you hear that last week Eisenhower had indigestion?
Well, what caused it?
Things in general.
After that riotous observation, Portland, we'd better get down to Allen's Alley.
What is your question?
Well, this past week, as you know, New York had the heaviest storm of the season. Snow, sleet, and heavy rain swept the city, slowing transportation and sending pedestrians scurrying for shelter. And so our question tonight is, how did the season's worst storm bother you?
Shall we start for the alley?
As the two pieces of neon said when the dim out was over, let's go. Well, Portland, here we are back in Allen's Alley, where the people are fur-bearing. I wonder if Senator Bloat is in.
Yes?
Senator Bloat?
Yes, but you'll have to hurry. The Dies Committee may close in on me any minute. What is it you want?
It's about the season's worst storm. How did official Washington react to the storm?
The administration was glad to see the snowfall.
Why?
It's the first thing that's come down since the OPA was started.
Well, it proves you don't have to be earnest to get in the White House. You have to be frank. Now, let's see. Let's see if Mrs. Braun is in.
Well, what is it?
Mrs. Braun, did the big storm bother you?
I was better than a mermaid tip.
You mean you were out in the storm?
No, the rain broke the skylight. It started raining inside the house.
Inside? Well, what happened?
The water got so high, I opened the ice box.
Yes?
A herring came to life and said, "Which way's Lindy's?" and swam off. The cuckoo clock struck. The cuckoo came out.
And?
It was a duck.
Well, you were flooded inside. Wasn't the water deep outside the house?
I heard something at the door.
Yes?
I opened it.
Uh-huh.
A big wave came in.
A big wave? Well, weren't you drowned?
No, the big wave was my sister.
I'm sorry I brought the whole thing up. I wonder what will happen next door here.
No.
Mr. Nussbaum.
Who else? You're expecting maybe H.V. Kelton calling?
Tell me, Mr. Nussbaum, did this storm bother you?
What is happening to me shouldn't happen to a water buffalo.
What happened?
Tuesday night I am invited. I shall go to Brooklyn to playing this people in Rome. Also, on the side, maybe have a good time.
Accidentally.
Yes.
I see.
I am driving down the concourse in my Chevy. The wind is blowing. Outside is a lizard.
The wind was bad, eh?
Oh, bad, they said. The Chevy is blowing up on the sidewalk, then across the street.
Well, how could you drive in that terrible wind?
Confidentially, I am packing. I am packing my time.
I see.
I am traveling downtown, looking for Spittle. I shall go into Brooklyn.
Yes?
Passing the Holland Tunnel. It's coming a tycoon.
Yes?
That is blowing me, the Chevy, also with the gin on the deck through the Holland Tunnel.
You didn't get to Brooklyn. What did you do?
Locally, I am having also friends in Jersey. Captain Schwartzberg by name.
Uh-huh.
So a good time is eventually had by all.
You got your gin rummy game.
Well, I am losing conservatively $40.
Uh-huh.
Also, my host Schwartzberg is providing a midnight snack, cold cut.
Well, you came out even.
Even, he says. Who could eat $40 with a cold cut?
At the last house in the alley.
Greetings all, alack a day. Falstaff's here with Rondelay.
Are those some new poem titles you have written on your cuff there?
Indubitably.
Uh-huh.
Have you heard, when she twisted my neck, love wasn't the factor? I learned too late she was a chiropractor?
No.
Or, the little goose said what the deuce as he stuck his foot in the Charlotte Russe?
No.
Or perhaps, Hitler's army is fleeing, says a commentator. To the Germans, the Russian steps must look like an escalator.
Now, wait a minute, Falstaff. Tonight we are discussing the big storm we had here last week.
Precisely why I am here. I have written a poem.
What is your storm poem called?
'Twould be gay to be an icicle.
'Twould be gay to be an icicle. Gay is near. And how does it go?
'Twould be gay to be an icicle suspended from a roof. In frosty isolation, I'd just hang there aloof. I'd need no food, I'd pay no tax, for me there'd be no ceiling. While Congress froze all other things, I'd just hang there congealing. Shortages wouldn't worry me, I'd want no roast or joint. If I was an icicle after all, you would see my point. With liquor hard to get today, an icicle can still get tight. All I need is a brisk north wind, and I'd be stiff every night.
As Falstaff leaves on his icicle built for two, Al Goodman leaps agilely, he should live so long, upon his podium to prepare for High-Low Jack and a Day. Their song is Take It Easy.
When we dance, it's the moment of the good and good. Baby, you surrender, but you move too fast. Take it easy, take it easy. Don't you know it's more romantic when the dance is slow? Take it easy, take it easy. What's the good of being high when all the lights are low? Take it easy, take it easy. We've got lots of time ahead of us, the night is young. Take it easy, take it easy. Don't you know that music should be played instead of fun? Take your time, dance with me. Take your time, slow as you please. Take it easy, take it easy. You're too far away from me to whisper in your ear. Take it easy, take it easy. Don't you know you only get the best of shoes a year? Take your time, dance with me. Take your time, slow as you please. Take it easy, if you don't have it, I don't have to hit a bar. Take it easy, you know you're not supposed to make a rumba jump. So take it easy, I'll make it slow now if you want to please me. Take it easy, I'll make it easy. If you want to hear the rumba, better learn to do the rumba just now. Take your time.
Jack and a Dame. And now it says here, Jimmy Wallington sings Long, Long Ago.
Oh, no, Fred. Now, this song is Long, Long To Go.
Oh, a different song.
Yeah.
Really?
It's a song I wrote myself to show drivers that there's lots more life left in their cars than most people realize.
Oh.
With proper care and lubrication, it's not unusual for a car to do better than 75,000 miles. So give yours regular technical care and make it last. Regular changes with insulated Haviland motor oil, regular Marfac chassis lubrication, and a regular technical stem-to-stern checkup, and your car really will have long, long to go.
Well, how about your song, Jimmy?
Oh, I'll sing it for you. Little music, Al. There's lots of life in your old auto yet. Long, long to go. Long, long to go. Give it good care and more miles you will get. Long, long to go, long to go. Take it around to your Mexico man. He'll make it last you anyone can. There's lots of life in your old auto yet. You better go.
Paper Doll, played by Al, just a bit of a dash of confetti from Paper Doll, played by Al Goodman and his They're Not Sensations, but They're All My Relations Orchestra. And now, Portland, what are you staring at?
Is that a bump on your head?
A bump? Yes, a dimple backfired. Forget about my bump.
It's a pretty big bump to forget. How did you get it?
Well, it's rather a long story, Portland.
What happened?
Last Tuesday, I took a walk. I heard there was butter in the neighborhood, but I couldn't locate it. Well, I walked and finally found myself in a shabby section of the city. As I went across the street, a brewery truck backed into the sidewalk. I heard the driver yell.
Hey, look out, that barrel's falling.
Oh! The barrel hit me on the head, Portland, and I was out cold. The next thing I remembered, a policeman was there. I heard the driver saying to the policeman,
It was an accident, officer. A barrel of beer rolled off me truck and knocked this guy out.
Look at him floating around in that foam. What a wonderful way to die.
I bet he can hear the angels playing Sweet Adeline on them harps.
Oh.
Come on, driver. We can't get into this cabin.
Okay, I got his feet.
Up to Daisy. Open the door now.
Okay.
Hello, Duffy Tavern. Where do you leave me, Steve? Archie, the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Hello, Duffy. Huh? Nah, there's no customers here tonight, Duffy. Well, these rainy nights, who wants to go out and lay in the gutter? Huh? We should put a marquee over the gutter? Yes, good idea. There was a couple of people in here. Yeah, the Siamese twins. Very nice couple. They bought a glass of beer. Huh? I put 2 heads on it.
All right. Lift him up now.
Yeah, handle him tenderly.
Oh.
All right. Lay him on this free lunch cover.
Hey, wait a minute. What is... Just a second, Duffy. 2 guys just carried in a drunk. Look, I'll call you back.
Move the coleslaw, officer.
Oh.
Okay. Now put his feet down.
Hey, look, what goes on here?
Hello, Archie.
Look, Clancy, will you tell your needle-nosed friend here that this ain't no bum shelter?
Archie, he's unconscious.
He's still a bum. Why did you leave him where we got that road, Clancy? Remember our slogan. This is where the elite meet to eat, not where the rich meet to rest.
Hey, Archie, he got conked by a barrel of beer I was delivering in here.
Oh.
Try and revive him, Archie.
I think it's too late, Clancy. It looks as though Richard Morris set in. However, we will have that a try. I'll get out my first aid book here.
Well, in that case, I call an ambulance.
Look, Clancy, before you go, take his head out of the potato salad. He might come to and start eating. Flanagan?
Oh, gee, I'm hungry. Hey, can I have some of that on the counter?
Flanagan, that is human.
Yeah, it's a big one, ain't it? Hey, Archie, how many points did it cost you?
Flanagan, you talk like a headhunter. In this case, a pig's headhunter. Leave us concentrate on the first aid book here.
Yeah.
Let's see now. There's appendectomy, chilblains, epilepsy, minute rub. Wait a minute now. This guy was hit by a beer barrel. There it is. Beery. Where am I?
Hey, he's moving, Arch.
He's moving. Let's see, the book says the victim must lie perfectly still. Then he can hand me that bung starter. Thank you. Hey, who are you? How did I... Oh. This book is wonderful. He's perfectly still again.
Oh, he sure looks pale.
Yeah, he must be losing blood. Let's look under L here. Losing blood. Losing blood, apply a tournament.
Tournament? What's a tournament, Arch?
It's a thing the Boy Scouts invented. You put a piece of cloth around them and you twist it.
Oh, yeah.
Finnegan, reach down and hand me my shirt tail.
Take the bar rag, Arch. It's cleaning.
Well, I haven't had my shirt tail on the bar, Finnegan. Now, the book says apply tournament to point nearest the injury.
Well, we got hit in the head.
Well, then we got to stop the blood from going to his head. Twist the bar rag around his throat. Give it a good twist.
Hey, wait a minute. Do you know what you're doing?
Finnegan, Jim, I'm talking to a man who for 4 years has studied Dr. Kildare pictures. Twist it tighter, Finnegan. Boy, look at that color come back to its face.
It's nice and blue.
I think you better loosen the tournament, Finnegan. You're ripping the bar rag. This is the last time I'll come on Truth or Consequences. Finnegan, he's raving. Acute case of dementia prefix, sir. Right in the tournament again, Finnegan. Okay, Huh? That does it, Arch. The fact of that night's fluid. You think you live, Arch? Oh, Finnegan, that is a matter that's strictly between him and Mother Nature. Hey, Arch. Yes. What do you say we roll the guy? Please. At Duffy's, we have ethics. We don't roll a customer until he has been taken drunk. And besides, we haven't got time. He's coming to him. Hey, look, he's trying to talk. Loosen up the tournament. Oh, my head. Look at my suit. Where am I? You're in Duffy's. I'm Archie, the manager, speaking. Oh, what am I doing in this steam-fitter store club? Somebody will pay you for this. You're right, and here is your bill, sir. $18.50 including first aid, cover charge, and state tax. Now, wait a minute. $18.50 in this Mickey Motel? This Sandhog Salon? Do you know who I am? I'm Fred Allen. Finnegan. Yeah? Mark the cash register. You don't know this guy. This guy would throw a termite onto a lame man's cane. Now, listen, you. Listen, I'll slap you flatter than Jack Denny's archers. I'll pull your nose down your vest so fast you'll think it's a zipper. Why, you emaciated shield for Bacchus? If I come... Alan, don't finish till I get off the phone. I don't want to miss a word of it. Oh, Duffy. Fred Allen's insulting me. Well, a barrel of beer fell on him. First time what? First time the drinks was ever on Allen, huh? Well, look, Duffy, I'm afraid the guy is going to sue. Huh? Yeah, it's a good idea, Duffy. Okay. Duffy's got the solution. What? The French make a bureau. He owes us a barrel of beer, right? Uh-huh. They owe you for a clerk on a cut, right? Right. We're both going to collect. How, Archie? You and me is both technically going to file suit against the French Macabury of Greater Staten Island. No, wait a minute. Not me. I'm not getting involved. Reline me, Alan. Believe me. Come on in the back room. We'll plan our strategy. Oh, wait a minute. Before we go in, I'll drop a nickel in the jukebox. Oh, yeah. While we're talking, you can listen to me new song, Leave It Face It. We're in love. But leave us no longer pretend that you are really a friend. For it is wrote in the stars above. So we have tried to record. Well, Portland, I finally got out of Duffy's. 2 days later, I got a subpoena to appear in court. Archie was waiting for me outside. When we got into the courtroom, Archie said, sit down here next to me, Alan. Hand me my briefcase there. I got to get out some habeas corpuses. Your briefcase? Well, you said Duffy was getting me a big lawyer. Duffy's lawyer got pneumonia. That's the sad thing, too. We thought he was hanging on to the back of an ambulance, but it turned out to be a good humor truck. So I'm taking over. But, Archie, what do you know about law? What do I know about law? For 10 years I worked the mule back of Bushwhacker Millstone and Bridge. Doing what? I used to paste the ipsos on the Francos. But, Archie... Quiet, here's the judge.
Court is now open. First case, Fred Allen versus the Fine Schmecker Brewery of Greater Staten Island.
Get a load of that stuff he just did. This case is in the bag.
Is counsel for defense of the Fine Schmecker Brewery present?
I'm right here, Your Honor. Well, Uncle Phil, I didn't know you were sitting on this case.
Well, Julius, my favorite nephew. I thought you were still in law school.
What is this, one man's family? If you're not the judge's son, Archie, we're sons.
Case is open, Julius. Uncle Phil, I mean, Your Honor, why waste the court's time? My client, the Fine Schmecker Brewery, will buy the plaintiff a new suit and close the case.
The court appreciates the defense's attitude, nephew, Counselor, and so I hereby close this case.
I object. Archie, I'm getting a new suit. I'm satisfied. You're getting a new suit, but who's paying Duffy for that barrel of beer and me for the first aid bill? I object.
Order in the court. You in the dirty white apron. Did you open your bazoo?
Not yet, but that is irreverent material and unreasonably facsimile. My client demands a trial. Archie, wait a minute.
Very well, you asked for it. The case is reopened. Go to it, Julius. I'm all for you.
Well, there goes my new suit.
Quiet, you. Proceed, Julius.
Your Honor, I I will prove to you that this man, Fred Allen, hijacked a Feinschmecker truck, tried to steal a barrel of our nectar Weehawken lager beer, and when this contemptible crumb was discovered, he hid in a nearby saloon.
I object. Well, it's about time.
What's your objection?
Duffy's is not a saloon, it's a tavern. Yes, proceed. But Archie, he called me a contemptible crumb. That's slander. I know, but we might have a tough time proving it.
Quiet, loudmouth.
Your Honor, am I recognized by the court?
Yes, shyster.
Thank you. I wish to present my first witness, Clifton Finnegan.
Clifton Finnegan?
Finnegan, wake up.
Oh, where am I?
You're in court.
Court. Guilty, Your Honor. Take the stand. Plaintiff's attorney, take a witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Finnegan, is it not a fact?
I object.
I ain't heard nothing yet.
Objection sustained.
Your Honor.
All right, that concludes the testimony. Your witness, Junior.
Now watch yourself, Finnegan.
Don't worry about me.
Mr. Finnegan, isn't it true that you are completely unqualified to be a witness, and you are a subnormal chowderhead, a dope, and a low-grade moron?
What? He's got me cornered.
This trial is a farce. I demand to be heard. Let me take the stand.
Think you can handle him, Junior? With your help, Uncle Phil? Yes, I think so. Proceed, Junior. Is it not true, Mr. Allen, that you had to be carried into Duffy's on the day of question?
Yes. The driver yelled, "Look out!" The beer barrel hit me on the head and broke open. I was carried into Duffy's unconscious.
Aha! And is it not true that approximately one half of that barrel of beer is soaked into your suit?
Yes.
You have a liquor license?
No.
Very strange, Your Honor. A confessed criminal.
A confessed criminal?
You admit carrying half a barrel of beer on your person into the saloon. My own words, you're guilty of violating Federal Law 65B.
What is that?
Transporting liquor without a license.
Now, wait a minute.
Are you kidding? Court finds the prisoner guilty as charged.
Now, wait a minute, Your Honor. Guilty? What about my lawyer's defense?
I'll give him 2 minutes. Get going, stupid.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. As I stand here in defense of my client, I hope the court will remember the words of the shining legal light, Mr. Anthony. I tell him to wit from a recent broadcast, whereas no man is guilty until he is presumed innocent. And then, not until the jury clears on him.
Do you deny that the barrel of Feinschmecker beer in this case is still in your client Allen's clothes?
Am I to refute the obvious?
Do you deny that the beer is still the property of the Feinschmecker brewery?
I deny, but we're victim ad nauseam.
Well, how many spots you might have parked for the baker?
True, but the caveat emptor, 6 transfer check, don't forget that.
Well, under duress, yes, but no prosecutor is left to be pure with mandamus on a plumber shop.
Your point is well taken, I am. Now, Archie, what happened here? Take off your clothes, Alan. Feinschmecker gets your suit. My suit? How can I go home? I got custody of the beer barrel. You can go home in that. Oh, I get it. Before we close the Texaco Star Theater, I want to thank Ed Gardner for his visit tonight. Ed appeared through the courtesy of the Bristol Myers Company, makers of Sal Hepatica and Minute Rub. Next week, our guest will be America's sweetheart, Miss Mary Pickford. And now, Jimmy, would you care to have the last word?
The last word in making your car last is Texaco. If your car is of average age, it's still good for many, many thousands of miles. When you see your Texaco dealer regularly for insulated Havelland motor oil, Martac chassis lubrication, and the many other Texaco products and services that are planned to keep them running.
This is Fred Allen speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast, inviting you to tune in again next Sunday night and to drive in at any time. Remember, you're welcome. Thank you. Good night.
This is Columbia Broadcasting.